Chapter 50. Lone Moon was truly disgusted by these brazen bandits. These people were clearly here for the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit. They did not care how the three elders had died at all. They just wanted to use this as an excuse to cause trouble for the Black Heaven sect. "Fellow Daoist, you must have proof before you speak," Lone Moon said in a low voice. "You said that you brought a treasure into the mystic realm, so you took it with you." When the three elders pleaded with the family head, many of the disciples could testify. They were all from the Xian Yuan family and cannot be used as proof. Also, even if someone brought the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit out, how can you prove that it belongs to the Xian Yuan family and was not originally part of the mystic realm? What a joke. The man snorted. Everyone in the Upper Azure world knows that the Xian Yuan family has many core cultivators. The only Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit in the world is our family's heirloom. Holy shit, were all Thousand Leaves vegetation spirits born with the surname of Xian Yuan? The man turned to look at Yi Qing. "Fellow Daoist, opportunities in the mystic realm are up to fate, but the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit is not like those ownerless treasures in the mystic realm. Fellow Daoist, please return it." With that said, he took 2 steps towards Yi Qing. "I did not take anything from you." Yi Qing took a step forward and said in a low voice, "I did kill Qing Yi, but he was the one who wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. You didn't take it." The Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit was with the 3 elders. "Who else could it be if not you? Do you dare to let me search your soul and see if you have seen the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit?" "You." Lone Moon was exasperated. Soul-searching was He Ding's treacherous sorcery. Although it could search through the memories of the other party, it was directly used on the soul. The person whose soul was searched would either die or be crippled. What was the difference between his words and blatantly saying that he wanted to kill someone? Or... He swept his gaze across the crowd. "Do you really want to wait for us to massacre everyone here and then come back to look for our family's heirloom?" With that said, he released his suppressive aura once again and the people he had brought with him all drew their weapons. Everyone from the Black Heaven sect panicked. Even Shi Qiu and Yu Yang turned to look at Yi Qing suspiciously. Lone Moon was exasperated. For the first time, he felt an unspeakable grievance. The Xianyuan family had come with ill intentions, and they had no intention of letting the Black Heaven sect off so easily. They were just using the vegetation spirit as an excuse to vent their anger. As for whether or not Yi Qing had the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit on him, they did not care at all. All they wanted was an excuse. If Yi Qing insisted that he did not have the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit, they could still destroy the Black Heaven sect. Not only would they be able to avenge the 3 of them, but they would also gain a new power in the lower realm. If Yi Qing did have the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit, that would be an even bigger surprise. And they really did have that thing. Everyone present understood this logic and could see it clearly. However, in the face of the upper realm's aristocratic families, the tiny Black Heaven sect did not even have the right to resist them. The strength of the 2 sides was not proportional at all. Moreover, there were so many low-level disciples. No matter what the result was, the Black Heaven sect would suffer heavy losses. "I did indeed see the Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit in the secret realm." Yi Qing's expression darkened. Naturally, he had guessed the other party's intentions. He walked past the crowd and said, "But it was not your Xian Yuan family who brought it into the mystic realm." As soon as he said this, the traveling immortals on the lotus flower all paused. On the other hand, the people of the Black Heaven sect were in an uproar. They all turned to look at Yi Qing with unfriendly eyes, especially those disciples who did not know the truth. It can't be. So he really took it. No wonder the people of the Upper Azure world are so angry. Isn't he a sword cultivator? Why would he want that sacred alchemy item? Who wouldn't be jealous of that kind of treasure? I saw that he was only a nascent soul before, but the moment he came out of the mystic realm, he was already a soul formation cultivator. Who would believe that he didn't have a treasure on him? Sigh, how did our Black Heaven sect produce such a person? The more Lone Moon listened, the angrier he became. He wanted to rush into the crowd and sew up these idiots' mouths. Even some hall masters turned around and tried to persuade I Ching. Supremacy I Ching, if you really took that 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit, why don't you return it to them? Why drag the sect down with you? Shut up. Lone Moon's heart sank. He glared at the person who spoke. How could he say something like that? When those 3 people came to Black Heaven's sect, if not for their incompetence, how could I Ching, a nascent soul cultivator who had just entered the sect, enter? It was not easy for him to come back. He even brought back so many spirit herbs and gave them all to the sect. Now that a disaster was upon them, were they going to disregard his life for the sake of survival? How shameless could they be? Moreover, it was obvious that the Xian Yuan family was deliberately looking for trouble. How could they blame it on I Ching alone? He was just unlucky enough to be captured by the images of those 3 people before they died. This is not what I said. It's from the upper azure world. That person took a step back, but he still did not give up. Lone Moon. Yu Yang frowned and stepped forward to persuade him. You can't blame them. After all, this concerns the sect. We have to look at the bigger picture. Senior brother. Lone Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. You think so too? Yu Yang looked at the people above and said in a low voice, you should understand that in front of the enemy, protecting the sect is more important. The truth is not important. Not important. Lone Moon paused and suddenly understood something. His eyes widened and he looked at the hall masters around him in disbelief. Everyone moved away. Even Shi Qiu turned his head away. Had they already made up their minds? Because they had to answer to the upper azure world. For the sake of the sect, they had decided to push I Ching out. Because sacrificing one person was better than destroying the entire sect. His eyes widened. Suddenly, he felt that the sect that he had been with for hundreds of years was a little unfamiliar. I Ching's expression did not change. It was as if he had already guessed that this would happen. It was because of this that he would rather be an itinerant cultivator than join a sect. Even though there were so many people here, it was also the most heartless place. Ignoring the crowd, he said in a low voice, the vegetation spirit that I've seen grows in that ancient mystic realm. It doesn't belong to the Xian Yuan family. What a joke. The traveling immortal laughed coldly. If the 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit doesn't belong to the Xian Yuan family, whose does it belong to? Mine. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice suddenly spoke up. The traveling immortal paused. He turned his head and looked around. A moment later, his gaze landed on a woman standing beside I Ching. Her hand was raised in the air. His brows furrowed. A mortal. Who are you? I'm his master. Shening pointed at I Ching. It was rare for her to remember her own identity. Let me correct you. Out of the 3 of you, only the one who ate the wrong medicine. Yes, the one in the mirror on the right, was killed by Chef, my disciple. I did the rest. The kind that got paid. Chapter 51. The people on the lotus were stunned. She was the one who killed the other 2 supremacies. They took a closer look at the water mirror. Indeed, this woman was standing beside I Ching in the image before Qing Yin's death. They looked at her warily. More importantly, they could not detect her cultivation level. Humph, fellow Daoist, don't spout nonsense. The 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit is the Xian Yuan family's treasure. Since when did it become yours? Are you sure it belongs to your family? Everyone in the upper azure world knows. Then Shining narrowed her eyes. Call out to it and see if it responds. The traveling immortal's chest tightened. What the hell? Ridiculous. The vegetation spirit is born from the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Although it is sentient, it has always been arrogant. Why would it respond so casually? Even its owner can't. If you don't call out, I'll call out. Before he could finish, Shining suddenly turned around and shouted, Radish, come out for a moment. Gee, just as she finished speaking, a beam of white light shot out from under Loneman's feet. In a flash, it appeared in front of Shining. It was white and chubby, with long green leaves on its head. Between two of the leaves, there was a dandelion that it was holding up with all its might. Gee. Get away from me. The dandelion was shedding its feathers. Gee. The radish immediately became listless. Thousand Leaves Vegetation Spirit. The people on the lotus exclaimed in unison. They looked at the chubby spirit plant on the ground in disbelief. It really was the Thousand Leaves Vegetation Spirit. And it looked like it was fully sentient. Great, who would have thought that the mystic realm would really have something like this? Radish. Shining glanced at the vegetation spirit on the ground and pointed at the people opposite her. I heard that you're from their family. The radish paused and looked in the direction she was pointing. Then, it let out a loud and clear sound. Pooey. There are always bitches who covet my body. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. Who do you think this radish belongs to? Shining looked at the crowd. Everyone's expressions turned complicated. The Xian Yuan family knew the truth best. Initially, they were here to vent their anger on the Black Heaven sect. They did not expect to find the Thousand Leaves Vegetation Spirit in the mystic realm, but who would have thought that it would actually be here? You. Just what did you do to the Thousand Leaves Vegetation Spirit? The traveling immortal rolled his eyes and shouted, This is Xuan Yuan's Thousand Leaves Vegetation Spirit. You must have used some kind of sorcery on it to make it obey you. He stared at the spirit grass on the ground. It would have been better if he hadn't seen it, but now that he had, even if he had to snatch it, he couldn't let this treasure slip away from his eyes. Who said it recognized a master? Shining picked up the carrot from the ground and turned it around. Indeed, there were no signs of a contract on its snow-white body. It didn't acknowledge him as its master. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this person an idiot? What kind of treasure wouldn't recognize its owner after obtaining it? Everyone's faces darkened even more. They could no longer say that the treasure belonged to them. Who would believe that an item that hadn't acknowledged an owner was the Xianyuan family's heirloom? At that moment, the arrogant crowd's faces turned green and black. It was especially interesting. They all felt as if they had shot themselves in the foot. You people are so boring. Shining let out a long sigh. If only they had the time to find trouble, they should have eaten something good. She turned back to look at the Black Heaven sect people behind her. Her gaze swept across them without stopping. She turned back to Yi Qing and said, Chef, I'm sick of the food here. Why don't we go somewhere else? Master. Yi Qing paused. He immediately understood what she meant. Gritting his teeth, he turned back to glare at the crowd. Was Master trying to divert the Xianyuan family's attention to her so that she could solve the Black Heaven sect's crisis? What right did this bunch of cowardly, ungrateful people have to do that? Yes. Master. Yi Qing clenched his fists by his side. He took a deep breath and turned to say, Sect Master Chiu, sorry for disturbing you these days. Yi Qing is an itinerant cultivator and cannot be bound by the rules of the sect. I would like to resign from my position as a guest elder. The path of immortality is uncertain. I hope that all of you can ascend to the immortal realm as soon as possible. With that said, he took out the disciple jade token that was given to him when he entered the sect and handed it over. I Ching. Longman's eyes widened. What are you doing? Supremacy, farewell. Shi Qiu's hand trembled, but he still took it. He suddenly felt ashamed. The most innocent person in this matter was their own disciple, but for the sake of the sect, Shi Qiu, you. Lone Moon looked at Shi Qiu in disbelief. I Ching didn't care about leaving the sect. He had no feelings for the Black Heaven sect. He knew all too well what the other sects did. From the moment he saw the water mirror, he knew how the people of the Black Heaven sect would react. Although the Xian Yuan family had no reason to act up now, as long as the vegetation spirit was around, as long as he and his master were still part of the Black Heaven sect, they would not let the Black Heaven sect off. The aristocratic families of the upper world had many ways to deal with the sects of the lower world without bloodshed. As time passed, there was no guarantee that these people would not resent them. They might as well leave. Master. I Ching ignored Lone Moon and walked back. Shining nodded, then looked up at the people on the lotus and said, You. I was the one who beat up your people and picked up Radish. If you are not happy, come and find me. This has nothing to do with others. With that said, she stepped onto I Ching's flying sword and flew into the distance. Wait, you. Lone Moon was about to step forward to stop them. Yu Yang stepped forward and stopped him. Junior brother. They left for the sake of the sect. Don't let them down. Lone Moon clenched his fists. What sect? Shining did not care about such things. No matter how many traveling immortals the Xian Yuan family sent, what could they do to her? She purposely left with the 1,000 Leaves vegetation spirit just to, not to make things difficult for him. He was Supremacy Lone Moon of the Black Heaven sect. Senior brothers. Lone Moon took a deep breath and made up his mind. He cupped his fists towards Yu Yang and said, Lone Moon does not care about the sect, but I know what it means to be a friend. They entered the mystic realm because of me. Since the Black Heaven sect could not protect them, I cannot sit back and do nothing. Please forgive me. I cannot call myself a disciple of the Black Heaven sect anymore. What was the point of staying in a sect like this? Junior brother. Uncle Master. Everyone's expression changed, but he directly returned his jade token to Shi Qiu, turned around, and chased after them on his sword. You two, stop right there. Seeing that they had left with the 1,000 Leaves vegetation spirit, the people of the Xian Yuan family no longer wanted to attack the Black Heaven sect. Since this is a misunderstanding, we will not trouble you any further. The traveling immortals on the lotus waved their hands, and the entire lotus flew away from the main peak. The sky twisted and a passageway appeared. The huge lotus flew towards the entrance, but the 5 traveling immortals sitting in the middle of the lotus suddenly disappeared. Chapter 52. After I Ching left the Black Heaven sect, he headed northwest. Perhaps it was because he was holding back his anger, but he flew quickly and hurriedly. He only turned back after he left the Black Sea. Master, it'll take us another 4 hours to get to the nearest market, he suggested. He looked in front of him and suggested, it's getting late. Why don't we rest here for a while and continue on our way after Master has lunch? All right. Shining rubbed her tummy. I was waiting for you to say that. I Ching immediately turned his spirit sword around and flew down to an empty space. He conjured a wind elemental spell to clear the area. Master, wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. As he started a fire, he took out the spirit beast meat from his storage bag. This is still within the Black Heaven sect's territory. It's hard for spirit beasts to appear here. However, there's a transportation array at the market in the east. Once we pass through it, we'll be able to return to the thatched cottage in 3 days. Ha! Thatched cottage. What cottage? Shining paused. The cottage that Master used to live in. I Ching paused. Master, aren't you going back? Shining suddenly thought of the baskets full of radishes. Her mouth twitched. She patted his shoulder and said, "That chef." Actually, she was just about to dismiss his idea of going home to eat radishes when suddenly, a suppressive force swept toward the two of them. A spirit wind blew, causing leaves to fall from the sky. 5 figures in green and white descended from the sky and landed in front of the two of them. "The two of you left so quickly. It took us a while to find you." One of them stepped forward and smiled. "People from the Xian Yuan family." I Ching's expression darkened. He stood up abruptly. These were the 5 traveling immortals on the lotus seat. He was about to summon his spirit sword when Shining pushed him back down. Shining pressed him back down. "Go roast your meat." "Yes, Master." I Ching had no choice but to squat down again. He could not help but glare at the 5 of them. Although he had guessed that they would come to snatch the 1,000 Leaves vegetation spirit, he did not think that they would come so quickly. Could they not wait any longer? He did not think that the aristocratic families of the upper world would have such ugly manners. "Fellow Taoists, sorry to disturb you." The middle-aged traveling immortal stepped forward and smiled politely at Shining, but the greed in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. "Please forgive us for following you without permission. We really had no other choice. We have a presumptuous request that we hope fellow Taoist can fulfill." Without waiting for Shining to ask, he took the initiative to explain, "My Xian Yuan family has always produced many alchemy cultivators. In the entire 3 azure realms, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a stronger alchemy cultivator than my family. The family head is even a 10th stage alchemy master. The 1,000 Leaves vegetation spirit that you obtained is a sacred pill refinement treasure. It is only useful for pill refinement cultivators and is completely useless to other cultivators. I don't think you're an alchemist, so why don't you give it to my Xianyuan family and make the best use of it?" Shining bent down and picked up a certain leg pendant that had been wrapped around her foot ever since she left Black Heaven sect. "You mean this one?" "Gee." The radish pendant immediately waved its leaves. Everyone's eyes lit up. The middle-aged traveling immortal took a few steps forward and said excitedly, "That's right. You want it." Shining tilted her head. The traveling immortal's expression changed. His smile deepened as he said, "Fellow Taoist, this 1,000 Leaves vegetation spirit is quite intelligent. If you take good care of it, it might be able to take human form in no time. Forgive me for being blunt, but other than my Xianyuan family, I'm afraid no one in this world can take care of such a treasure. Fellow Taoist, you're all alone now. You don't belong to any sect. Why do you want to offend an aristocratic family?" "Oh, and then." Shining still looked nonchalant. The traveling immortal's face darkened. Someone beside him could not help but say, "Why do you have to waste so much time talking to her? Anyway, this 1,000 Leaves vegetation spirit cannot fall into the hands of anyone other than the Xianyuan family. She has to give it to you even if she doesn't want to." With that said, he flew up and raised his sword to stab her. In an instant, the huge sword chi brought with it a huge gust of wind. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees flew and the spirit chi was overwhelming. His speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he was already in front of Shining. The long sword was about to sink into her head. Shining suddenly raised her hand. There was a loud clanging sound. The sword in the traveling immortal's hand broke into pieces. It broke into pieces in Shinying's palm, along with the sword hilt. She clenched her hand and instantly grabbed his fist that was still holding the sword. The gust of wind brought by the spirit chi immediately stopped. But Shining did not even move a corner of her robe. Ha! You! How was this possible? She had broken his 9th-grade spirit sword so easily. Before he could figure it out, Shining suddenly sighed. She shook the radish in her other hand, which had been secretly wrapping a leaf around her wrist. Actually, I'm not interested in such vegetables. If you had told me nicely, I would have given it to you. But... She narrowed her eyes and turned to look at the people in front of her. Giving it to me is one thing, but if you want to snatch it from me, I won't be happy. As she spoke, she suddenly clenched her fist. Ah! A strange cry pierced through the air. By the time Lone Moon caught up with the two of them, it was already noon. After leaving Black Heaven's sect, he followed I Ching's aura all the way here. He flew very quickly. There were many emotions in his heart. Touched, guilty, worried, all kinds of emotions. All he wanted was to catch up with the two of them as soon as possible. Until he saw a wisp of green smoke not far away, he finally found traces of the two of them. Then, he saw the 5 traveling immortals lying on the side like a human pyramid. Holy shit! His flying sword was halfway down. He lost his balance and almost fell. Weren't they, the 5 traveling immortals from the Xianyuan family? Hey, Father Niao. Shining waved her greasy hand at him. She habitually gave him some space. It's time for lunch. Do you want to join us? She pointed at I Ching, who was feeling the meat. He returned a look of disdain to Lone Moon. Shameless, you still want to steal my skills. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He turned to look at the arhats on the ground. What are they doing? Oh, they're robbing. Shining casually explained. Robbing? Lone Moon immediately guessed what was going on. It must be because of the 1,000 Leaves vegetation spirit. But, how long had it been? 5 traveling immortals were lying on the ground just like that. And they looked so pitiful. What exactly did you do? Don't worry, they won't die. They just fainted. Seeing that Lone Moon had been staring at those people, Shining kindly explained. She shook her head and said, young, middle-aged people these days, their bodies are too weak. They could not withstand falling at all. They were not even as strong as small animals. Lone Moon, want a piece? Shining directly handed a piece of meat to him. Lone Moon hesitated. He took it and sat beside her as usual. Thinking about what happened before, he felt like something was stuck in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. After finishing the piece of meat, he said in a low voice, I've left Black Heaven's sect. Oh. Just now. I'm sorry. Shining paused. She turned to look at him, her expression confused. What? I was the one who invited you into the ancient mystic realm. Lone Moon took a deep breath and said seriously to the two of them, it wasn't your fault that the Xianyuan family came to Black Heaven sect. But at the end of the day, I implicated you. So I was completely, shut up, don't say any more. Lone Moon covered her mouth with one hand. Her heart of glass was smashed into pieces. Can you live honestly in your own mind, hey? For all, Ngunguo, master, where are we going next? Seeing that the two of them were almost done eating, I Ching extinguished the fire and habitually cleaned up the picnic scene. Shining paused and turned to look at a certain person beside her who had a look of resentment on his face. Why are you looking at me? Lone Moon glared at her. He was still angry. Who did this to us? I have nowhere to go now. You guys can go wherever you want, I'll do as I please. Shining thought for a moment and glanced at the 5 people who were still lying on the ground. Her eyes narrowed and she stood up to stretch. I'm full and have nothing to do. Why don't we find someone to settle the score? Upper Azure World, Xianyuan family. Master. A disciple ran into the back hall in a panic. Bad news, bad news. What's the commotion about? The man sitting at the head of the table opened his eyes. Why are you so flustered? What exactly happened? The front hall. 2 soul formation cultivators suddenly barged into the front hall. Soul formation cultivators? The man frowned. Since there are cultivators seeking refuge, you can ask Fifth Elder to make arrangements. There's no need to inform me. No, they're not here to seek refuge. They said they're here to settle the score. What? The Xianyuan family patriarch's expression darkened. What arrogance! 2 soul formation cultivators actually dared to come to the Xianyuan family patriarch's house and behave atrociously. Inform the disciplinary hall master to bring people to arrest those 2. The hall master has already fallen. How is that possible? The man was shocked. They're sword cultivators. Not only the disciplinary hall master, but several soul formation elders also went, but they could not stop those 2. Sword cultivators from the lower realm, could they be? The man's eyes widened. He paced back and forth anxiously. Have the 5 traveling immortal patriarchs returned? No, they haven't returned yet. The man became even more anxious. Of all times, quickly inform all the soul formation cultivators in the family to come over and hold those 2 sword cultivators back. Yes, master. The disciple immediately turned and ran out. The man became even more anxious. He sent out a few voice transmissions, but there was no response. What's going on? Why aren't any of the 5 traveling immortal uncles responding? Where did they go? Are you talking about them? Suddenly, a female voice sounded beside his ear. The man jumped in fright. He turned his head abruptly, only to realize that there was someone beside him. Who are you? When did you stand here? He actually did not notice her at all. My name is Shining. I came with that young man just now. Shining pointed in the direction where the disciple had gone. Just now. How was that possible? He clearly did not see anyone else enter. His heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of something. You're in cahoots with those 2 sword cultivators who barged in. He took a step back warily. Only then did he see that the woman seemed to be holding on to a rope. He looked along the rope and saw that there seemed to be something tied up at the end. The woman pulled gently, and instantly, a string of human figures were pulled out. Thud, thud, thud. All of them fell to the ground. Uncle. The man's eyes widened. Only then did he realize that the people who were tied up like dumplings on the ground were the 5 traveling immortals who had yet to return. Why are you? Who's that? You're their parent, right? Let's have a chat. Demonis, what did you do to my uncles? The man glared at her angrily. He immediately summoned a spirit sword and slashed at her. How dare you treat the people of my Xianyuan family like this? I'll kill you. Master, don't. The 5 dumplings cried out in unison. 1 minute later. Shining used her sleeves to sweep the half-destroyed seat and slowly sat down. She scanned the rear hall, which looked like it had just been hit by a typhoon. She casually stepped on the chest of the Xianyuan family's patriarch, who was already swollen beyond recognition. Now, can we talk? Patriarch Xianyuan, the 5 dumplings. Chapter 54. Actually, it's very simple. I'm not happy that your family would go out and rob other people's things, Shining said seriously. Shining said seriously, I heard that you're the head of a vegetarian family. Let me remind you, if your family members do bad things, you still have to educate them. What was a vegetarian family? He was the head of the family, not a parent. What was with the way she was talking to the traveling immortals? I've come back to tell you all about it. She plucked the radish from her leg. Although it's a radish, it has an owner. No matter how much you like eating vegetarian food, I won't give it to you. It's useless even if you snatch it. Thousand Leaves Vegetation Spirit. The family head's swollen eyes opened a slit. He suddenly understood why the 5 uncles did not return. Oh my God, this Thousand Leaves Vegetation Spirit was hers. That was terrifying. I can't be bothered to deal with you, so I just want to tell you seriously that if anyone from the Xian Yuan family dares to disturb my meals, I will beat you up. You've already beaten me up. Do you all understand? Shining raised her voice. The few people on the ground shrunk back and nodded. Traveling Immortal 1, yes, Great Immortal, we understand, Great Immortal. Traveling Immortal 2, we will reflect on our mistakes, Great Immortal. Traveling Immortal 3, Great Immortal's words, I will remember them by heart. Traveling Immortal 4, listening to Great Immortal's words is better than reading 100 years of books. Traveling Immortal 5, no one will disturb Great Immortal's cultivation again. I will fight anyone who disturbs you. Head of the Xian Yuan family. Did his traveling immortal become stupid? What about you? Shining suddenly turned to look at him, her murderous intent overflowing. His whole body trembled, the word death rising in his mind. Cold sweat poured down his back. He squeezed out a few words with all his might, Great Immortal. It was not that he did not want to reply, but that his head was really swollen to the point that he could not speak. Ouch, it hurts. Shining nodded, satisfied. She patted her butt and got down from the chair. That's all, meeting adjourned. After saying that, he walked to the door and was about to go out. G. Radish suddenly jumped down and bounced into the hole. What? Shining looked confused. You want to be the radish of the vegetable family? G. The radish jumped around anxiously. It looked into the hall and then back at him. Suddenly, it jumped onto the high platform that she was sitting on earlier. It waved its leaves and reached into the wall behind the chair. After a while, it took out something and raised it towards her. G. The expressions of the 6 people changed instantly. Shining looked down, only to see a handful of dried leaves. Pickled vegetables. G. You want it? G. The radish nodded its leaves vigorously. Air. Shining frowned and turned to look at the person beside her. That vegetarian parent, can you? Yes. The family head, who had finally regained his ability to speak, nodded vigorously. It is the Xian Yuan family's fortune that great deity has taken a liking to us. Oh, thank you. Radish, come here. Gee. The radish jumped back. Shining took the dandelion off its head and handed it to the family head on the ground. This should be useful to you. Take it as an exchange. Radish, let's go. With that said, she walked out the door. Gee. The radish paused and looked at the person who walked out, then at the dandelion in the corpse's hand. Then, it made a sound. Pooey. You've got it easy. Then, it hopped out, and as it hopped, it let out a long string of sounds, G. The Xian Yuan family head, he looked at the 1,000-leaf spirit flower in his hand and then at the empty doorway. They left just like that. Uncles. I'm not dreaming, am I? Although a few of their bones were broken and they lost some of their cultivation, but they were still alive. Not a single one of them died. That person clearly had the chance to make the Xian Yuan family disappear from the Upper Azure world. Why did he let them go so easily? Is it true? One of the traveling immortals asked, still in a daze. But that stopped just now. He suddenly remembered the withered grass that the vegetation spirit had taken away. Family head, please don't mention this again. The traveling immortal reminded him anxiously. Family head, you know that our original Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit lost its sentience 1,000 years ago. Now, even its body has withered and died. I don't think we can save it. That was why they were so anxious to find the next Thousand Leaves vegetation spirit. Great Immortal is already very kind to exchange this withered grass for more than 10,000 leaves spirit flowers. What's more, she spared everyone's lives. Apart from beating him up at the beginning, she had also slapped his face. She said she wanted to chat, and she really did. The 6 of them had complicated expressions on their faces. This person called Shining, who exactly was she? No matter who she is, if you see her in the future, do not provoke her. Even her 2 sword cultivator subordinates, avoid her if you can. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Xian Yuan family could not afford another round of trouble. Something big had happened in the Upper Azure world recently. It was said that one of the 4 aristocratic families, the Xian Yuan family, had offended 2 sword cultivators in the lower realm. In the end, they were so angry that they chased them all the way to the upper realm and even killed their way to the Xian Yuan family. The Xian Yuan family sent out more than 10 soul formation cultivators, but none of them were a match for them. All of them were defeated. At that time, a few of the traveling immortal elders of the Xian Yuan family had not returned. The Xian Yuan family suffered heavy losses. Even the family head was seriously injured. After the 2 sword cultivators injured all the soul formation cultivators, they left. Although they did not kill anyone, the Xian Yuan family had lost all face. Sword cultivators could challenge people of a higher cultivation level than them, but it was rare. What's more, the other party was a soul formation sword cultivator. They had challenged more than 10 soul formation cultivators from one of the 4 aristocratic families the moment they came to the upper realm. It was obvious how powerful their sword skills were. Even if they encountered a traveling immortal, they might not be able to win. How could they not be shocked? Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong target. The one who had been humiliated was one of the 4 aristocratic families, the Xian Yuan family. The entire Upper Azure world was waiting for a good show. When the traveling immortal elders of the Xian Yuan family returned, how would they get back at the 2 swordsmen? But for some reason, 3 months passed, and the Xian Yuan family did not make any moves. Moreover, ever since that day, the entire family acted differently. They started to keep a low profile. Even the disciples who went out to deliver elixirs were ordered not to cause any trouble. The Upper Azure world was dumbfounded. Could it be that the 2 sword cultivators were so powerful that even the traveling immortal elders of the aristocratic families did not dare to provoke them? Coincidentally, a few months ago, 2 traveling immortals of the Xian Yuan family had fallen in the Middle Azure world. The reason for this was hard to fathom. At that moment, all the cultivators in the Upper Azure world were excited. The names of the 2 sword cultivators from the lower realm became famous all over the streets and alleys, and in every immortal city. They became a daily topic of conversation among the cultivators. Fellow Daoist, have you heard of the sword cultivators I Ching and Lone Moon? That's right. They're the 2 who almost destroyed the entire Xian Yuan family. I heard that those 2 people, Shining, who was sitting at the next table, after a while. I suddenly realized a serious problem. She stood up. Lone Moon hurriedly held the cup on the table. Hey, Hey. Why did you suddenly stand up? Master. I Ching asked seriously. What's so strange about it? Shining frowned and looked at the two of them with a serious expression that she had never shown before. What's wrong? Loneman's heart sank. Aren't we here to eat? Don't you feel that? Her expression became even more serious. She said word by word, my reputation is a little too low. Lone Moon, Ching, look, I was the one who beat up that parent, and I was the one who kidnapped those 5 traveling immortals. Why is it that along the way, everyone was talking about the two of you and not mentioning my name? It doesn't make sense that my presence is so low, doesn't it? The two of them, you only freaking realized it now. Chapter 55. Master, is the sense of presence that you speak of very important? I Ching asked seriously. Shining paused. Not really. She just felt a little aggrieved. Don't worry, Master. He stood up directly. I'll go and explain to them right now. The person who fought the Xianyuan family that day was actually Master. We actually did not enter the back palace of the Xianyuan family at all. With that said, he turned to go downstairs to explain to the people who were discussing. Come back here. Lone Moon hurriedly pulled him back, frowning. Can't you brainless fan calm down? Do you think people will believe you if you just say that? Besides, with Shen Ying's invisibility, even if people believed her, they would forget about her in the blink of an eye. Then, why don't I go to the Xianyuan family and ask them to come out and explain? That way, everyone would believe him. Che, forget it. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. The Xianyuan family has never mentioned Shining, and they insist that the traveling immortals of the family did not return on the day we went. Don't you understand? Wasn't it because they could not afford to lose face? The 5 strongest traveling immortals of the family were beaten up so badly that they looked like grandchildren. If the whole Upper Azure world knew about this, they would lose face. The 4 aristocratic families of the Upper Azure world look like they are on good terms, but in reality, they are fighting each other both openly and secretly. They did not say the whole truth because they wanted to protect themselves. Only brainless people would tell everyone that all the experts of the family were beaten up. I Ching frowned. No, I can't let people misunderstand Master. Alright, put away your fan logic. Your master can't be cured. He turned to glare at Shining. Control your brainless fan. Shining then turned back and said, Chef, let's talk after we eat. Yes, Master. I Ching then sat back down. The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. He had said so much, but he could not win against one sentence from her. For the 101st time, he regretted for the first time. Why did he follow these 2 idiots to the Upper Azure world and offend an aristocratic family in the heat of the moment? Was the future bleak? He sighed and glanced at a certain someone who was still eating her meal as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh yes, Shining, when you were looking for their family head, apart from settling the matter of them fighting for the treasure, did anything else happen? He didn't want to stir up any more trouble. No. Shining tilted her head and suddenly thought of something. She looked up and took off the pendant on her leg. Does the radish and pickled vegetables count? Salty. Holy shit. Lone Moon jumped to his feet. This, with a look of disbelief on his face, he reached out to take the pickles between the radish's leaves to take a closer look, but the radish's claws were slapped away by its leaves. Gee! It can't be, you. Lone Moon turned to look at Shining, then looked around and whispered, that's not very kind of you. All you had to do was beat them up to vent your anger. Why did you have to snatch the Xianyuan family's 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit as well? He's the lifeblood of the Xian Yuan family. What did you do to the Xian Yuan family, master? I wasn't the one who took it. The radish wanted it. Shining shrugged and threw the pendant to Lone Moon, ignoring the radish's objections. Look for it. It. Lone Moon looked down at the radish in his hand. Didn't the Xian Yuan family master fight to the death with you just like that? Shining thought back to the corpse in the hole. Fighting to the death was a little difficult for the Xian Yuan family master. The radish used its own dandelion to exchange for it. They looked pretty happy. How can that be? He looked closely at the vegetation spirit in the radish's hand. Using his divine perception, he realized that there was no trace of any spiritual perception in the spirit plant. The vegetation spirit had withered long ago. Connecting the dots, he immediately understood why the Xian Yuan family had to snatch the radish. I see. He looked at the reluctant radish in his hand. This little thing must have sensed the aura of one of its kind. That's why it wanted to take the withered grass away. Gee. The radish squeezed out of his hand and turned to hang back on Shenying's leg. But Shenying glared at it. Its leaves wilted instantly and it retreated pitifully. But what does it want the withered grass for? To bury it. Lone Moon used his divine perception to scan the withered vegetation spirit. Apart from the residual spirit qi, the medicinal value of the withered leaves was not even comparable to that of the dandelion. Could it be that it can revive this vegetation spirit? His eyes brightened. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. They were both vegetation spirits formed from spirit qi. They were the same existence. It was normal that they could influence each other. As soon as he said this, Shenying and I Ching could not help but turn to look at the radish on the table. Gee! The radish's body tilted, its face blank. Vegetation spirit plants have always been very resilient. Who knows, it might really be able to revive them. Really? Shenying leaned closer curiously. Try reviving them. Gee! The radish responded. It raised the withered leaves on its head and looked at her. As if it understood what she said, the withered leaves stood up again. Gee, it cried out excitedly. Suddenly, the whole radish began to glow with a green light. This is vegetation qi. Looks like it's really possible. Lone Moon was overjoyed. He stared closely at the radish on the table. This was the first time he had seen a revival skill. The light on the radish's body grew brighter and brighter. In a short while, it had already enveloped its small body. A horizontal line appeared on its white, fat body. The leaves on its head suddenly began to grow longer, spreading over its white, fat body. It rolled up the withered leaf and put it down. The leaves stirred a few times, and the withered vegetation spirit was neatly folded into a square shape. It moved closer to the horizontal line, and then, with an "ah" sound, it ate it. A moment later, it let out a familiar loud sound. Burp Lone Moon, Iching, Shenying, flips table. Damn it, so it's just for eating. Aren't you a vegetation spirit? You just need to absorb spirit qi. Why do you need to eat withered grass? Big grass eating small grass. You're really something that the foodie Shenying picked up. Lone Moon suddenly had the urge to turn it into a pickle. TCH, forget it. I'm full. Shenying sighed. Indeed, it was a useless vegetable. She was about to get up. Master! I Ching suddenly let out a cry. This radish, She turned around and saw that the burping radish suddenly glowed red. In an instant, it turned from a white radish to a red radish. Is this ripe? Oh no, it's going to transform. Lone Moon was shocked. He looked around and said, "The spirit chi here is too messy. The wood spirit chi is too weak. It will affect its transformation. There's a forest in the east of the city." I Ching reminded. "Let's go." Lone Moon immediately picked up the red radish on the table. The three of them summoned their spirit swords and turned to fly out. The shopkeeper at the door smiled and walked out quickly. 3 customers. Before he could finish speaking, the 3 of them had already disappeared into the horizon. "You haven't paid your spirit stones." Chapter 56. The 3 of them arrived at the forest. The moment they landed, the radish's body glowed red. Its entire body began to stretch, and the surrounding wood spirit chi surged towards it. Lone Moon hurriedly set up defensive and spirit chi arrays all around the forest. The radish's entire body had turned red, and the wood spirit chi around it grew thicker and thicker. The dense spirit chi caused the trees within a few meters of it to grow wildly, encircling it and becoming denser. The 3 of them had no choice but to retreat more than 10 meters away. At this time, they could no longer see the radish's figure. All that was left was an impenetrable cocoon made of trees. The sky suddenly darkened, and lightning began to flash between the clouds. "It's going through a tribulation," Lone Moon reminded them, and set up an array around the 3 of them. Indeed, in the next moment, there was a loud rumble of thunder. White lightning tore through the clouds and struck the tree cocoon below, instantly charring half of it. But the lightning did not stop. Instead, it struck one after another, getting heavier and heavier. In less than a minute, the impenetrable cocoon had been struck into pieces. A cloud of dust flew in the middle, obscuring the radish's appearance. Only a faint burnt smell wafted through the air. It was not until the lightning struck 81 times that the clouds in the sky dissipated, and the surroundings became bright again. The ground was charred black, and there was only a large pit where the radish had been. "It's burnt." Shining could not help but ask after a long time. "Master, it's fine," I Ching explained. "Vegetation spirits are not affected by the karma of the mortal world before they are formed. That's why the lightning tribulation is the least harmful to all living beings." Sure enough, in the next moment, the originally scorched black ground seemed to be rejuvenated, instantly turning into a vast expanse of green. In just half a breath of time, the ground was filled with flowers that bloomed in vibrant colors. A figure crawled out of the pit on all fours. It was a teenager girl, who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She was dressed in green, and her long hair reached the ground. She had a young face, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. She was like the most perfect masterpiece of heaven. Even the flowers on the ground paled in comparison to her beauty. Even Chi Chingyu was not as beautiful as her. For a moment, it was as if the sun and moon had lost their radiance. The only thing left in the world was the person walking slowly towards them. The 3 of them were stunned. Even their breathing stopped for a moment. They were shocked by the appearance of the spirit chi of heaven and earth. His faint smile was like the blossoming of thousands of flowers, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the ears. "Little Missy, I'm transforming." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stumbled. His beautiful figure trembled and fell directly to the ground, rolling all the way to the feet of the 3 people. The 3 of them were speechless. He could vaguely hear the sound of something shattering. "Ha!" As expected, it was still that radish. "Straight face, little Missy." It raised its head pitifully and reached out to hug her thigh out of habit. Shining frowned and took a step back. "Get out of my way," she said angrily. "Hey!" Shining nudged Lone Moon. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "How would I know?" Lone Moon looked at the radish carefully. Spirit plants and plants are mostly genderless. After they transform, they can probably be either male or female. Transvestite. Shining paused and took another step back in disgust. The radish was stunned, and its whole body wilted like a frosted eggplant. Tears welled up in its eyes, and it looked nothing like before. The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. Looking at the person on the ground who was still looking at them with tears in his eyes, he explained, "He just transformed and is not used to walking. That's why he's like this. He'll be fine in 2 days." With that said, he could not help but step forward and reach out his hand. "Get up." The radish's eyes turned cold. With a smack, it slapped his hand away and said loudly, "Get lost, ugly." With that said, it continued to look at Shining with tears in its eyes. "Wah wah. Radish needs little Missy to carry him before he can get up." "Shining, Iching," the corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. 2 seconds later, "Damn it, I'm going to cut you up." He directly pulled out his sword and rushed forward. "Supremacy no, calm down." Iching hurriedly stepped forward and stopped him. "He just transformed and is still a child. It's normal for him to not understand human emotions. You don't have to take it to heart." Who would believe that? This radish was obviously doing it on purpose. And what the hell was this supremacy no? Iching could only turn to look at the radish. "Radish, just now you, Che." The radish snorted coldly. "Another shameless follower." Iching, swish. Another sword was pulled out. The next moment. "What? What are you trying to do?" "I'm little Missy's radish." "Stop, help. Little Missy." Shining. King retard. This one-sided 2-on-1 fight went on for a whole 15 minutes. The two only stopped when there was no longer any unscathed skin on the radish's newly born face. The radish covered its swollen face and pitifully shrunk back to its original form. The originally white and plump radish had already turned purple. Little Missy. The radish did not give up and reached out to Shining with its leaves, feeling very aggrieved. But Iching directly lifted it up. "Master, what do you think about making radish soup tonight? How can soup taste as good as stir-frying it?" Lone Moon shook his sore hands. "I think we should cut it into strips, or fry it, or even fry it raw." Sob sob sob. "You're just jealous of my beauty." "Hey, that's enough from the two of you." Shining rolled her eyes. "Was it fun to bully a vegetable? Didn't you say we're going to that whatever city?" "Upper Azure City." Lone Moon took a step forward. "Usually, people who enter the Upper Azure world from the lower realm will go to Upper Azure City first. All the big aristocratic families and sects will recruit disciples there. We've just arrived and don't know much about the upper realm. It's good to go there and find out more." As he spoke, he pointed to the right and said, "When we were eating earlier, I asked around. Upper Azure City is not far from here. We'll reach it after passing through this forest." "Oh, then let's go." Shining waved her hand, indicating for Iching to summon his spirit sword. The three of them were about to fly up on their swords when suddenly they heard an angry roar from behind. "Stop right there." Shining faltered. The next moment, more than 10 cultivators flew out of the forest and surrounded them. 2 middle-aged men walked out of the crowd. One was dressed in a blue robe, the other in a green robe. Both of them had 3 copper coins embroidered on the corners of their robes. They looked at the three of them angrily. The man in green held an abacus in his hand. It looked a little familiar. "Humph, you've really made it hard for me to find you." The middle-aged man in green took a step forward and swung the abacus in his hand. He turned to the person beside him and said loudly, "Boss, these are the people who dined and dashed at Drifting Fragrance Restaurant." Chapter 57. Dine and Dash. Just now. No wonder this person looked familiar. He was the shopkeeper of the shop just now. Shen Ying's face darkened. She and Yi Qing turned to look at Lone Moon angrily. Holy shit, why are you looking at me? Lone Moon's face darkened too. He was too worried about that dead radish that he forgot. And, why did he have to be the one paying? Shopkeeper. Lone Moon stepped forward awkwardly. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he did not pay for a meal and was chased out. It was too embarrassing. Cough, it was our mistake. We were in a hurry to leave and forgot to pay. We'll make it up now. How many spirit stones did that meal cost? Stop pretending. The shopkeeper glared at him and said angrily, all the cultivators saw it just now. The 3 of you ran away on purpose. If I didn't chase you today, would you come back to settle the bill? Lone Moon's face turned red. He felt even more embarrassed. They really did not remember to pay. You want to settle it with just 1 word. It's not that easy. The meal you just had was made with spirit rice. It cost at least 10 inferior grade spirit stones. I've seen too many people like you. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. If I don't teach you a lesson, won't everyone dare to come to my shop to eat and drink for free in the future? With that said, he waved his hand. The people surrounding him all drew their weapons. Wait. Shopkeeper, let me explain. They really just forgot. Lone Moon was a little anxious. But he was in the wrong and could not do anything. Let's talk this out. Hey, say something. Lone Moon turned back to look at his companions who ran away. Shening and Yi Qing tacitly took a step back and turned their heads away. Holy shit, these people have no sense of loyalty. That. He could only bite the bullet and say, how about this? I'll pay double the amount of spirit stones for that table just now. Double? The shopkeeper's expression became a little better. He scanned Lone Moon from head to toe and then gestured for everyone to put away their swords. Are you serious? Yes. He directly took out his spirit stones. Shopkeeper, please don't blame us. We really forgot. Good. On account of your sincerity. The shopkeeper calmed down and continued, this shop is not unreasonable. I will accept your spirit stones. He took the bag of spirit stones and suddenly thought of something. You look like cultivators from the upper realm. I'll spare you this time. Humph. The next time I see you eating and dashing, it won't be so simple. Yes. Lone Moon nodded vigorously. This was too embarrassing. Right, what's your name? Lone Moon froze. Was he going to be blacklisted? A moment later, she answered crisply, my name is Shening. Shening. Motherf asterisk Ker. Shen as in 3 dots of water, ing as in fluorescent light. Shening. He turned to look at the other person. What about you? Yi Qing stiffened. Radish. How do you name a dish? The shopkeeper frowned and turned to look at Shening. Then you, forget it, it's not important. Let's forget about it this time. Let's go back. With that said, he waved his hand and flew away with more than 10 cultivators. The 3 of them, a moment later. Why are you looking at me? Weren't you the one who ate the most just now? What's wrong with using her name? I can't tell him my real name, can I? Didn't Yi Qing change his name to Radish too? Don't worry. With your invisible presence, they won't remember you. Lone Moon patted his chest and promised. However, 3 hours later, Upper Azure Town. Half of the shops on the streets had the same wooden sign hanging high in front of them. On it was a line of golden words that blinded the eyes: Shining and dogs are not allowed to enter. Shining, Lone Moon, Aching, Mimpi. Didn't he say he would be fine? Upper Azure Town was an immortal city in the south of the Upper Azure world. This city was located at the edge of the various powers and did not belong to any aristocratic family or sect. It was one of the few neutral immortal cities. The city was full of people. As long as one was a cultivator, one could enter. It was very lively. Most of the cultivators who had just ascended to the Upper Azure world or those who wanted to join the aristocratic families would come to the city to find out more. Lone Moon and I Ching asked around in the city and roughly understood the situation in the Upper Azure world. Just like the rumors in the lower realm, the biggest immortal cultivation powers in the Upper Azure world were not the sects but the 4 aristocratic families. Besides the Xian Yuan family, famous for their alchemy, there was also the Yu family, famous for their talisman arrays, the Yi family, famous for their beast taming skills, and the richest family, the Yin family. The Yin family controlled more than half of the spirit stone mines. More than half of the shops in Upper Azure Town belonged to the Yin family, including the shop where they dined and dashed. Shining finally understood why all the shops in the city hung the same sign. MMP. The 4 aristocratic families each had their own strengths and were equally powerful. Besides the main family, there were also various big and small branch families. They controlled more than 70% of the immortal cultivation resources in the Upper Azure world. Although there were very few people who could successfully ascend to immortality, most of them came from the 4 aristocratic families. What's more, the aristocratic families were very powerful. They each had dozens of soul formation experts and 4 or 5 traveling immortals. The rest were some immortal cultivation sections. Although they occupied a spirit vein and had many disciples, they were not strong enough to compete with the aristocratic families. The strange thing was that there were very few itinerant cultivators in the Upper Azure world. Because of the aristocratic families, except for some dangerous places or places with thick yin qi, there were very few places in the Upper Azure world without an owner. Regardless of whether they were born in the Upper Azure world or came up from the lower realm, they would all choose to join a power. As a result, Shining and the others were in an awkward situation. Given our current situation, it's not suitable for us to join any aristocratic family. Lone Moon frowned. Shen Ying's reputation for dashing aside. After the Xian Yuan family's incident, Qi and I Ching became famous. But the 4 aristocratic families were originally in a balanced situation. If they let them join, they would be going against the Xian Yuan family. And the other sects would not dare to openly go against them. It's not easy to survive in this world. Unless the Xian Yuan family is stupid enough to invite us back, no matter if it's a sect or a family, they won't be able to tolerate us. Why must I join? Shining asked. Can't I cultivate on my own? This place is different from the Middle Azure world. The aristocratic families have always been merciless to fiendish cultivators. If you want to find a place with abundant spirit qi to cultivate, you have to use the name of a sect or aristocratic family. Otherwise, you will be treated as a fiendish cultivator. That's why there are almost no itinerant cultivators. Oh. In other words, he needed to hang a card. Otherwise, he would be an unregistered demonic cultivator? Then let's set up our own. Establish one. Lone Moon was shocked. Master, are you talking about establishing a sect? I Ching was also shocked. Yeah. She nodded. Wasn't it just finding a place to land? Rather than relying on others, it was better to rely on oneself. Or did he need to go through some procedures or a business license? Build a sect with just the 3 of us. Don't joke around. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. How can it be so easy to establish a sect? Do you really think you can open a shop as long as you have money? Let's not talk about anything else, we have to have a territory. The spirit veins in the Upper Azure world are mostly occupied by the aristocratic families and sections. Where are we going to find spirit veins? Unless we go back to the Middle Azure world. Besides, it was not that easy to find one in the Middle Azure world. Without spirit veins, there will be no spirit chi. Without spirit chi, how can there be spirit plants and spirit beasts? Without these, how can we cultivate? He looked at the radish beside him, which had already returned to its human form. We're just a radish. Although it's a treasure and we can find all the spirit plants in the world, most of the Upper Azure world belongs to the aristocratic families. It grows on their land. Even if you know where it is, you can't just go and pluck it. Shining turned back to look at the obedient radish. Is radish very important? Of course. Lone Moon explained. Let's not talk about alchemy first. Wherever there are plants or spirit plants, the spirit chi is many times more than in other places. Spirit veins are also formed because of this. No cultivator doesn't need spirit chi. So vegetables were so important. As long as there are more radish fields, it will be enough. You can say that. I've thought of a very suitable place, Shining said seriously. What? 3 days later, Demon Monarch Hall. The rabbit monarch's legs turned to jelly and it rolled down from the throne. It looked at the person in front of it in disbelief. It was dreaming, right? It had to be, right? Yo, rabbit, long time no see. Chapter 58. Shen. Shen. Shen, don't be nervous, I just want to discuss something with you. Shining touched its ears. Rabbits were indeed timid animals. She quickly pointed to the chair behind it and said, "Come, sit, sit." The rabbit monarch trembled even more violently. Instantly, it felt as if its ears had gone numb. It tried to sit back on the throne several times, but its legs gave way and it slid down. Great. Great Immortal, please give me your instructions. Seeing that it could not sit properly, Shining squatted down beside it and chuckled. It's like this. The three of us have just arrived in the Upper Azure world and have not found a place to stay. I heard that the demon realm is not divided into upper, middle and lower realms like the 3 Azure worlds. Moreover, it is the closest to the Upper Azure world. I wanted to ask if you have a suitable place. Great. Great Immortal wants to find a place to stay. The rabbit monarch heaved a sigh of relief. So she did not want to destroy it. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It turned to look behind her and saw 2 other cultivators. It had seen I Ching before, but it did not expect her to become a soul formation cultivator in such a short period of time. And the other one was also a soul formation cultivator. It became even more respectful towards Shining. Great Immortal indeed. Her followers were all the strongest. Even if they were not strong, she had to create the conditions to become the strongest. Something like that. Shining recalled Father Nyo's words. I want that kind of radish field. Didn't you often give me radishes? There should be, right? Yes. I guess. What was a radish field? Couldn't she be more specific? Shining. The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. He tugged at her. The suitable place you mentioned is the demon realm. Was she out of her mind? That's right. The demon realm was vast and sparsely populated. It did not belong to any aristocratic family and was close to the Upper Azure world. But they were cultivators. Don't worry. I'm very familiar with the rabbit. She patted his shoulder confidently. It's not a matter of familiarity. Loneman's frown deepened. It's not like you don't know that the demon realm is filled with demonic chi. Cultivators can't cultivate in such a place. Oh. Shining paused. She turned to look at the rabbit and added, "Rabbit, I want a place without demonic chi. How can the demon realm not have?" "Yes, great immortal." The rabbit monarch nodded vigorously. "Do you have to agree so quickly? It can't be true, right? Even if there's such a place in the demon realm, it's impossible for it to produce a spirit vein, right? Rabbit, and one with a spirit vein." She continued to add conditions. No problem, great deity." He nodded vigorously. "Shit. Why did you agree to everything? Such a place is hard to find even in the upper Azure world. The demon realm is so big, even if there was, it would be hard to find. Can you find it? Rabbit. You can do it, great immortal. Very soon, great immortal." He nodded furiously. "Holy shit, what did you do to this rabbit? Forget it, I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want." Lone Moon stood to the side, but Shining and the rabbit monarch were already preparing to set off to check out the territory. He could only follow. He didn't believe that in a place like the demon realm, there was no demonic aura, abundant spiritual energy, and spirit veins and spirit plants. "We're here. Immortal. Holy shit. There really was one. Did they have to be so efficient?" Lone Moon looked up at the towering floating peak in front of him, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The peak was filled with light and clouds, like a fairyland. The peak was overflowing with spirit chi, and he could faintly feel the aura of several spirit veins surging within the peak. Such a lively spirit vein was several times stronger than that of the Black Heaven sect. Strangely, this floating peak floated above the demon realm, and the surrounding demonic aura seemed to intentionally avoid this spirit peak. It only lingered a few kilometers away from the spirit peak, and did not seem to invade the peak at all. It was as if a completely opposite region had been created in the demon realm. This place is very close to the upper Azure world, and it's the floating peak with the most abundant spirit chi. The rabbit monarch pointed to the floating peak and explained, "Its position happens to be at the point of extreme yang between the human and demon realms, and demonic aura cannot invade it. So that's why the demonic aura only lingered a few kilometers away. The spirit chi here is abundant, and it's definitely suitable for great deity to cultivate. And it's also the place with the densest concentration of spirit herbs in the demon realm. In the past, the spirit herbs that were sent to the great immortal's abode were harvested from here." The rabbit monarch pointed to the front. Shining turned to look, and indeed, there were radishes all over the mountain. It really was a radish field. "House rabbits. Little Missy, I like this place." The radish pendant jumped down from Lone Moon's leg and happily rolled around in the radish field. It was a vegetation spirit, and naturally liked places with abundant wood spirit chi. Shining ignored it and patted the rabbit monarch. "Rabbit, this is it then." "Thank you." "You're welcome, great immortal. This is what I should do, what I should do. I'll be staying here from now on. Do you need anything else, great immortal?" "Anything else?" She thought about it seriously. "I just have a small need. Can you find some household items, kitchen utensils and other daily necessities? I'll go prepare them now. Oh, and remember to have a table." "Yes, great immortal." "How about building a house while you're at it? You have experience anyway." "No problem, great immortal." "Does great immortal have any specific requirements for a house?" "It doesn't have to be too big. Just a room, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom will do." How about you just build it like your demon monarch palace? It looks quite nice." "I Ching, Lone Moon, is this a small need? You might as well let her build a palace. I've never seen such a shameless person." "Yes, great immortal. No problem, great immortal. Did she have to be so shameless? She really agreed. Lone Moon frowned. He could not help but nudge I Ching beside him. Hey, how do you know this rabbit demon? Why is it so nice to Shining? It was simply obedient. I Ching thought about it and answered seriously after a while, maybe it's because Master hasn't exterminated its entire clan. Exterminated? What the hell was that? This was not good relationship. This was clearly a freaking feud, right? For all, 3 months later. Alright, stop eating. Get ready. We have to go to Upper Azure Town. Lone Moon pulled a certain foodie down from the dining table and instructed. Upper Azure Town. Shining looked confused. She stuffed the last piece of pastry in her hand into her mouth. Why? What else can we do? We're going to recruit disciples, of course. Lone Moon rolled his eyes and said, I've already asked around. Tomorrow is the annual recruitment day for all the aristocratic families and sects in the Upper Azure world. Everyone who wants to cultivate will have to go to the various immortal cities to register. The closest one to us is Upper Azure City. Why do we have to recruit disciples? She was stunned. Couldn't they just focus on cultivating themselves? Chapter 59. Didn't you say you wanted to establish a sect? Not recruiting. Holy shit, don't tell me you don't intend to recruit people. Lone Moon sized her up and pointed to a palace surrounded by immortal chi. If you don't want to recruit disciples, why the hell did you build such a big palace? After the rabbit monarch brought them to this spirit peak, he recruited a large group of demons the next day and built a house quickly. In just a few short months, this floating peak, which only had spirit plants, had already been built with a large number of palaces, the exquisiteness of which was not inferior to that of the Demon King Hole. Isn't it nice? Shining glanced at the magnificent palace. Nice my ass. Lone Moon was so angry that his liver hurt. Don't tell me you built so many buildings for the 3 of us to live in. Are you a freaking emperor? To live in such a big place, it would take 2 days just to walk 1 round, alright? Recruiting disciples is so troublesome, heh heh heh. Lone Moon laughed coldly. Without any disciples, are you going to clean up this place in the future? 2 seconds later. Father Nyo, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Let's go recruit people. With that said, he turned to I Ching and said, Chef, quickly pack up these pastries and make some snacks for the journey. Oh yes, bring more ingredients, we can have a picnic if we can't rush back. Yes master, no problem master. At the end of the day, you still can't bear to part with these food. Lone Moon had thought it through very clearly. Their floating peak was filled with spirit herbs. It would be very easy to train a group of disciples. Although there were only 3 of them now and it might be a little tough in the early stages, he was after all someone who had managed a company with millions of people. He was very familiar with these things. As for learning sorcery and the like, I Ching and he were both sword cultivators. They could first recruit a few talented sword cultivator disciples. Moreover, he was proficient in array formations and I Ching was proficient in refining weapons. If there were suitable disciples, they could also teach them. As for refining pills and taming beasts, they could only rely on self-study. As for Shining, she could just be a mascot and cheat in peace. Lone Moon thought that he had thought of everything. He even drew up a thick stack of plans overnight, including how to nurture disciples, how to raise the overall standard of the sect, how to expand the influence of the sect and so on. However, when the 3 of them arrived at Upper Azure Town and got into position, they ran into a serious problem just as they were about to accept their disciples. What sect are you from? A white-robed youth asked innocently. Lone Moon, I Ching, Shining, holy shit. He actually forgot to give the sect a name. For all, Ngun Guo 1 minute later. He. Fellow Daoist, wait a moment. Lone Moon's face paled. He hurriedly set up a soundproof array and pulled the two people beside him over. Why didn't you remind me that I forgot to give it a name? Shining looked confused. I thought you had already decided. Weren't you the one who brought up the idea of accepting a disciple? I Ching nodded. I too, Supremacy Nyo has his own plans. What do we do now? We can't possibly tell people that we haven't thought of a name yet, can we? He turned back to look at them and urged them in a low voice, hurry, you found the territory, quickly think of a name. Any name will do. Anything will do, as long as it sounds good and catchy. Hurry. Oh. Wasn't it just a name? She was very good at it. Catchy then, Beijing, sponge cake, crispy cheese, fish soup. I'm going to F*** king braising, pan frying, stir frying. That's fine too. Fine my ass. Are you F*** king saying it catchy or enjoying it? Lone Moon was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. Can you give up on food? Are you trying to tell others that the disciples in the sect are all food to be eaten? Do you want something powerful? Of course, it's best if it's powerful and domineering, the kind that can shake the three realms. What do you think of Tsinghua University and Peking University? Master, these two names are good. I Ching nodded vigorously. One look and I can tell that they are names that will go down in history. Lone Moon. F*** king retard. There were quite a lot of people in Upper Azure City. Once it was time for the various sects to recruit disciples, it became even more lively. The streets and alleys were filled with mortals who wanted to join sects or aristocratic families. The plaza in the middle of the city was especially packed. The four aristocratic families always had their own fixed recruitment locations, so the people who came to the plaza were all people who wanted to join other sections. Because Upper Azure City was located in a remote area, the people who came to recruit disciples from the various sects were not as formal as those in the large immortal cities. Most of them just put up a flag with the name of the sect written on it. Those who came to join only had to register their names and test the quality of their spirit roots. The four aristocratic families had always been strict in their recruitment of disciples, and they never valued people who did not share the same surname. So there were still many people who chose to join other sections. Everyone lined up in a long line, except for a place on the far right that no one cared about. Compared to the other sects, which more or less had 7 or 8 people standing there to keep up appearances, this sect looked especially shabby. There were only 3 cultivators standing there, and on the right was a flag with 2 words written on it, Invincible. Invincible Sect. The name sounded quite domineering, but no one had ever heard of it. It was obviously a new small sect. Although among the 3 people, 2 of them seemed to have high cultivation levels, and their auras seemed to suppress everyone else present, no one dared to join them easily. Father Nyo. Shining yawned, and the flag in her hand tilted. It's already been a whole morning, and we haven't gotten a single person. Why don't we go back and eat? Stand properly. Lone Moon glared at her exasperatedly and straightened the flag. He had thought that it would be difficult for new sects to recruit disciples, but he did not expect the situation to be so cold. There were not even many people who came to ask out of curiosity. And they were all people with mixed spirit roots, or spirit roots of too low a grade. They were not suitable to be sword cultivators at all. How much longer do I have to stand? I'm so tired. Shining could not hold on any longer. I Ching immediately took the flag from her hand and took out a wooden chair from his storage bag. Master, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? Sure. Shen Ying's eyes brightened. Just as she was about to sit down, a person dressed in a gray robe suddenly rushed out of the shop that had been closed all this time. As if he did not see where he was going, he tripped over the chair and fell in front of the three of them. The gray robe slid down, revealing half of an exceptionally beautiful robe. Shining paused and instinctively wanted to help him up. But someone beside her beat her to it and rushed out of the shop. "See you." She quickly helped the person on the ground up and tugged at the person's gray robe that had been pulled down, wrapping the beautiful robe back in. "How are you? Are you hurt?" "Big sister Yu Hong." The woman in the gray robe hurriedly shook her head and looked around in panic. The next moment, another 7 or 8 people walked out of the shop. They were dressed in the same gray robes as her. Chapter 60. "Are you all right?" Shining asked. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you would come out from there." "I'm sorry." Yi Qing immediately cupped his fists. "I was the one who put the chair there." He could not let Master take the blame. "It was an accident, it's all right." The one called Yu Hong smiled at them. With that, she led the 7 or 8 people away. Just as she turned, she stopped in her tracks, as if she had seen something. Suddenly, she walked back quickly and glanced at the three of them. "Immortal Masters, are you recruiting disciples?" Lone Moon nodded. "Yes, our invincible sect has just been established. We are indeed recruiting disciples. What do the three of you think of us?" She pointed at the few girls behind her who were all dressed in dusty clothes. "You want to join my sect?" Lone Moon was delighted. Finally, there were people who knew what was good for them. "Yes, we are willing to join." She looked up at the flag and continued, "Invincible sect." "All right." Lone Moon chuckled. "Join us. You won't regret it." "But..." He looked at the group of girls seriously. "I see that you are all cultivators, and 3 of you have already formed your core. Were you really not part of a sect before?" The woman named Yu Hong was stunned, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She immediately recovered and said with a smile, "Immortal Master, the few of us come from the same village. In the village, we all started cultivating at a young age, so it's normal for us to have a cultivation level. If you don't believe me, you can check our divine perception to see if there are any imprints of other sections." After cultivators joined a sect, they would be given a life token and leave a sect imprint in their divine perception. Unless their cultivation was higher than the person who set up the life token, this imprint could not be removed. And the people who set up the tokens were at least nascent soul cultivators. Lone Moon's divine perception swept over. These people did not have any imprints. "Are you sure you want to join my invincible sect?" He felt that something was wrong. "Yes." Yu Hong nodded and turned to look at the others. They all nodded. "Then let's test your spirit roots first." Lone Moon took out the Dharma artifact for testing spirit roots and asked them to come forward and test. However, the results shocked him. Among these people, the weakest one was a 3rd-grade wood, water, and metal tri-spiritual root. With this kind of talent, not to mention the various sects, he would even be qualified to join the various aristocratic families. Why did they come to a new sect that had just popped up? Were they blind? "Immortal Master, can we join? Your spirit root is not bad." Lone Moon nodded. Yu Hong was delighted. "Then can Immortal Master bring us back to the sect now?" Noticing the other party's doubt, she immediately explained, "We sisters set off for Upper Azure Town half a month ago. It's a long journey, so we wanted to hurry back to the sect to rest." Big Sister Hong. Before Lone Moon could reply, a woman beside her suddenly tugged at Yu Hong. Her voice was very low, as if she wanted to say something but did not open her mouth. Her head hung even lower. "Is it convenient for you, Master Celestial?" Yu Hong asked anxiously again. Why don't I bring them back? Aren't I the sect master? Shining raised her claw and suggested. I'm sleepy anyway. Master. I Ching was shocked. He wanted to say something but stopped. Shay. Lone Moon directly rolled his eyes at her. Then as the sect master, can you find the way back? She could not refute that. I Ching frowned and glanced at Shining. He reminded, let Radish lead the way. Lone Moon frowned and looked at the two of them in surprise. After hesitating for a while, he pulled Radish off his leg. Radish, transform and bring Shining back. Gee! Radish's leaves fluttered and its body flashed. It transformed into that unisex look and turned around, wanting to pounce on Shinying's leg. I knew it. Little Missy must still like my peerless looks. Get lost. Shining stepped on his face and pressed it into the ground. She turned to Lone Moon and said, lend me your fan for transportation too. There are so many people. That's my intrinsic Dharma artifact. Your intrinsic Dharma artifact can be casually lent to others. Lone Moon glared at her. Then, he took out a leaf-shaped Dharma artifact and threw it into the air. Immediately, it became more than 10 times bigger. Go up. Use this. Shining then dragged Radish up from the ground and led the group of new girls. In a short while, they had already disappeared into the horizon. Hey! Lone Moon looked at I Ching with some dissatisfaction. You clearly know that there is something wrong with that group of people. Why did you agree to let Shining bring them back? Don't worry. Master has her own plans. I Ching looked in the direction that the group flew. What's more, Master will definitely be fine. What Lone Moon said made so much sense that he was actually speechless. Indeed, no matter who was in trouble, that cheat would not be in trouble. Radish controlled the Dharma artifact all the way back. When they came, Lone Moon set up a few transportation arrays along the way. So compared to before, they spent less than an hour to reach the border between the Upper Azure World and the Demon Realm. Big Sister Yu Hong. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed softly. She grabbed Yu Hong's hand, who was at the front. This is the Demon Realm. Yu Hong was also shocked. Although she knew that the location of a small sect was definitely not a good place, she never thought that the other party would directly bring them to the Demon Realm. Don't worry. Shining turned back to look at them. It was rare for her to be so kind as to explain, the animals inside are all good vegetarians. They won't hurt people. As she said that, the Dharma artifact had already brought everyone in. The moment they entered the Demon Realm, an array lit up. Instantly, everyone on the leaf was wrapped in it, isolating them from the surrounding demonic chi. Let's wait and see. Yu Hong then calmed down and turned to whisper to the others. No matter where this so-called invincible sect was, based on their current situation, entering the Demon Realm was actually beneficial to them. What's more, the woman in front of them did not seem to have any cultivation at all. If they really fought, they naturally would not be afraid. The only thing they had to be wary of was the man named Radish who had a fawning smile on his face and was desperately trying to get closer to the woman. From the way he transformed just now, could it be that he was also a demon? One by one, everyone focused their attention and paid attention to the situation around them. But what happened next caused them to be somewhat at a loss. They saw a 6th-level demon pass by. Greetings, great immortal. Greetings. The demon flew away. A 7th-level demon passed by. Good afternoon, great immortal. Good afternoon. The demon flew away. An 8th-level demon passed by. Great. Great. Immortal. Yo, hello. The demon froze. A 9th-level demon passed by. Great. Great immortal, have you eaten? Not yet. Clang, the demon fell down. Everyone, what was going on? Were these really demons? Why did they not attack them when they saw them, but instead, the higher their cultivation, the more polite they became? What happened to the saying that humans and demons could not coexist? Could it be that there was something special about this woman in front of them? Everyone could not help but look at the woman. But no matter how they looked, there was still no trace of spirit chi in her body. She was obviously a mortal. Was it because their cultivation levels were too low that they could not tell? Just like the two from before, even Sister Yu Hong could not detect their cultivation levels. Could it be that they met some great hidden immortal sect? Everyone felt a little excited. Even Yu Hong's eyes lit up. She began to reevaluate the two people in front of her. Immortal. Immortal master. Finally, someone could not help but say, I heard from the two immortal masters that you are the sect master of Invincible Sect. Yes. Shening nodded lazily. Our cultivation levels are low, we cannot see the cultivation levels of the immortal masters. May I know the cultivation levels of the two immortal masters? Oh, they are soul formation sword cultivators. Soul formation. Sword cultivators. And there were two of them. Everyone took a deep breath and their eyes lit up. Then, may I know Senior's cultivation level? Me? Shening hesitated and answered honestly, I have no cultivation level. Ah. That person was shocked, thinking that she had heard wrongly. Aren't you the sect master? Yes. She yawned and said, isn't this because I lost in the rock-paper-scissors game just now? Everyone, what the hell? For all. Chapter 61. We're here. Shening pointed to the front, awakening everyone who was still in a daze. They looked in the direction she was pointing and were stunned by the scene in front of them. They didn't think that there would really be an immortal sect in the demon realm. Not only was the sect impervious to demonic aura, but the magnificent palaces at the peak of the mountain were comparable to the residences of the four aristocratic families. Not to mention the spirit herbs that covered the mountains along the way. Upon closer inspection, every single one of them was a 10,000-year-old supreme-grade spirit herb. Moreover, they planted them so casually. Even the aristocratic families didn't have such boldness. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time, and instantly made up their minds. This was not something that a small immortal sect could have. A hidden immortal sect. This invincible sect was definitely a hidden immortal sect. Yu Hong's heart was filled with excitement and worry. She was happy that such a powerful sect would definitely be able to protect everyone. She was worried that if the people in the sect found out about their identities, would they, Sister Hong? Everyone had the same thoughts as her and could not help but call out worriedly. Yu Hong tightened her grip on the hand of the person beside her and hurriedly shook her head. Lowering her voice, she said, we'll act according to the circumstances. Everyone felt uneasy as they followed Shening and Radish down from the clouds. They followed the two of them through the main hall, through the back hall and came to a courtyard. They walked to a deck chair. Then, she lay down on it. Straight face her limbs were spread out and she laid down face down without any hesitation. I'm so tired. She muttered and her eyes began to droop uncontrollably. Even the man called Radish had a natural expression on his face. He dug a hole on the ground out of habit and sat in it, looking like he was about to fall asleep too. Everyone, what did this mean? Why did they suddenly not care about them? Was this a show of strength to the new disciples? Or was this some kind of entrance test? The few of them waited for a while. Seeing that Shening and Radish had no intention of moving, Yu Hong had no choice but to step forward and ask tentatively, Immortal Master, Immortal Master. Sect Master. Ah. Shining finally moved and tilted her head to look at her, as if she just remembered them. Oh, you guys can do as you please. What the hell did she mean by please? Sect leader, don't we need to register in the hall when we enter? You have to ask Father Nyo about this. He was the one who wrote the recruitment plan. There's no rush. Let's wait for him to come back first. Then. Sect leader, do you need someone to bring us to familiarize ourselves with the people in the sect? After all, we've just joined, and we're afraid of offending any of the seniors. Fellow disciples. Haven't you already met him? We've met. Everyone looked at each other. What does sect leader mean? When had they met? On the street just now. Chef, Father Nyo, me. Shining pointed to herself and said seriously, we're from the same sect. This disciple was talking about the others. That's all. Radish could only be counted as half. Everyone, let's not talk about those weird names first. You're telling me there are only 4 people in such a big sect. Who are you trying to fool? For all, and Gun Guo, we've just started recruiting. There are a few people. Shining thought about it and explained, there will be more in the future. The corner of Yu Hong's mouth twitched. She looked at this so-called sect leader who was not reliable in any way. After a while, she suppressed the impulse in her heart and said, since that's the case, we've already joined the sect. I hope sect leader can make arrangements for us in the future. Arrangements. Shining then remembered that she could not let them just stand there. She got up and pointed to the huge hall. Why don't you find a room to stay in first? We'll talk about it when Father Nyo comes back. This place is quite big. You can stay in any room you want. Yu Hong's heart tightened. Was she testing them? How could such a big immortal sect allow new disciples to barge in? Could it be that she was already suspicious? Her expression changed, but it immediately returned to normal. She took a deep breath and went forward to bow respectfully. Sect leader, although we've never joined an immortal sect before, we've heard of the rules of each sect. We definitely do not dare to go against them. We're all here to seek immortality and seek the Tao. No matter what kind of test it is, we will not be afraid. Sect leader, please give us your instructions. We will do our best. The girls behind Yu Hong also bowed to her and said in unison, please give us your instructions, sect leader. What was going on? It wasn't Labor Day. Did they like to work so much? You really don't want to go back to your rooms to rest? No need. Are you sure? Yes. All right. Shining sighed. She walked over and squatted in front of Yu Hong. With a serious expression, she asked, then, do you know how to cook? Everyone, hence, when Lone Moon and I Ching came back, they saw 7 or 8 girls squeezed together in the kitchen, working together to cook. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He could not react for a long time. It was as if he was watching a festive dinner. Didn't he come back 2 hours late? What exactly happened in the middle? Why did the new disciples all turn into chefs in the blink of an eye? This was an immortal cultivation sect, not an immortal cultivation restaurant. Hey! For all, sect leader, try this sweet tofu pudding first. See if it suits your taste. Yu Hong smiled and handed the bowl in her hand over. Wait! Just as Shining was about to take it, I Ching had already taken a big step forward and rushed over angrily. Lone Moon then snapped out of his trance. His heart was filled with anger. He quickly caught up. Yes, I Ching, quickly tell me about your unruly master. Master. I Ching's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He snatched the bowl from Yu Hong's hand and said seriously, "You never eat sweet tofu pudding." Yu Hong, Lone Moon, everyone. Ha! You're a newbie. How can you make sweet tofu pudding? Only savory tofu pudding tastes good. He glanced at her coldly and snorted as if he had lost his temper. You don't even know Master's taste and you dare to cook so casually. Master, wait a moment. I'll make you a bowl of savory tofu pudding right away. Actually sweet ones are also edible. She was a neutral party. Don't worry, Master. It'll be quick. I Ching added in all seriousness. He glanced at the dishes on the table with a look of fear. After he finished looking at each dish, his expression relaxed and he sneered, "Humph, you dare to cook such dishes for Master to eat. Chef, I think, Master, don't let this pig's food stain your noble body. I'll make a new one for you right away." There's no need for that, right? No. You have to change it. But it's already made, Master. She shouted. All right, as long as you're happy. She suddenly felt that Chef was a little fierce today. I Ching then turned to look at the people in the kitchen. Suddenly, it was as if a gust of cold air had swept across, causing the temperature of the entire courtyard to drop by tens of degrees. Come out. You have no right to enter my kitchen with this level of skill. The moment he finished speaking, the suppressive force of a soul formation cultivator exploded out uncontrollably. There were even traces of sword chi in it. The few girls were so frightened that they retreated out of the kitchen as if they were running for their lives. Master, please wait a moment. He bowed and then quickly walked into the kitchen. Before he left, he didn't forget to use the sword energy around him to destroy the food on the table. Humph, little bitch, you're trying to steal my master from me again. Lone Moon. King retard. He suddenly had the urge to break up. Chapter 62. Lone Moon spent a lot of effort before he managed to pull back these new disciples who seemed to have gone down the wrong path. From now on, you are disciples of my invincible sect. He glanced at the group of girls who were still tightly wrapped up and deliberately lowered their heads. He frowned and pointed to I Ching, who had finally finished cooking. Although there are only 3 people in our sect now, with his and my cultivation, it is enough to teach you. I hope that you will work hard in your cultivation and reach the immortal path soon. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Lone Moon said a bunch of encouraging words before saying in a low voice, "In the near future, you can learn some basic sorcery from me. It's just that all of you already have cultivation levels. I need to know your specific conditions before I can start teaching you. Tell me what you have learned before and what kind of cultivation techniques you have cultivated." Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other, then at Yu Hong, who was in front of them. Yu Hong's expression changed, but she immediately recovered. She stepped forward and said, "Reporting to Immortal Master, we have only learned some basic immortal spells to guide chi into our bodies. I have a fire and wood spirit root and have only cultivated the spring flower art. As for the other sisters, let them speak for themselves." Lone Moon interrupted in a low voice. They should know best what kind of cultivation techniques they have cultivated. Yu Hong was stunned. She turned back to look at everyone and then stepped back. Yes. She gave everyone a meaningful glance, and the women who hadn't spoken much stepped forward one by one and reported the cultivation techniques they had learned. Their voices were still very low, and if it weren't for the fact that everyone present was a cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to hear them clearly. I have cultivated the water manipulation art. I have cultivated the light body technique. I have cultivated. One by one, they finished reporting their cultivation techniques and immediately retreated behind Yu Hong. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He seemed to be hesitating about something. After a while, he said, I have a general understanding of your situation. It is getting late. You can start cultivating tomorrow. His gaze swept to the side. One of them was desperately eating while the other was helping to pass the bowls. They even made clanking sounds from time to time. Loneman's mouth twitched. Hey, can't you guys at least say a few words? Just whose sect was this, hey? Ha! Shining paused, looking confused. What did you say? These disciples are new to the sect. As the sect leader, don't you want to understand the specific situation of the disciples and test their standards? Shining looked at the crowd, then at Father Nyo, whose face was full of dissatisfaction. Now that he said it, it did seem necessary, but, what are you going to test me on? Up to you. Lone Moon waved his hand. Just let them demonstrate. All right. Then. Shining put down her bowl and chopsticks and walked over. With a serious expression, she walked past everyone and finally stopped in front of Yu Hong. Sister, do you have freestyle? Ha! Ah! What's big? Lone Moon, F your sister, do you think this is a talent show? Why don't you just let him rap? Help. Help what Sida? Yu Hong looked confused. Sect Master, please forgive me for my ignorance. What do you mean? Master is indeed unfathomable. I Ching's eyes lit up. This must be some high-level cultivation technique. Master, can you say it again? Unfathomable my ass. Hey, what do you mean by holding a pen? This is a freaking joke, alright. I Ching, you're a master, can you not forcefully support me when you're bragging? I see. Yu Hong nodded. Please enlighten me, Sect Master. Ha! You guys really King believed it. Where's your intelligence? Actually I was thinking, enough. Lone Moon could not help but interrupt. He turned back and glared at Shining. Shut up. Go and eat your food. Weren't you the one who asked me to ask? He rubbed his forehead hard and took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. That's all for today. Go and rest. We'll talk about cultivation tomorrow. With that said, he took out a few tokens to open the restrictions and gestured for them to go to the residence on the right side of the front hall. Everyone looked at Yu Hong blankly. Seeing her nod, they bowed and retreated. So tired, there's something wrong with this group of people. I Ching only spoke when they could no longer see them. Nonsense. Lone Moon turned back and rolled his eyes. You only return to your intelligence when you encounter problems that have nothing to do with Shining. Just now, 3 of them had clearly formed their cores, but the cultivation techniques they reported were only low-level. Some of them were even techniques that itinerant immortals would not cultivate. Who would believe them? It's obvious that none of them were telling the truth. He looked in the direction in which they left. It looks like they got into some trouble and hid here. And it's not a small problem. Traitors. Or escaped slaves. I Ching frowned. They did not look like good people at all. They must have something on them to hide their auras. That's why we can't see through their identities. He turned the flute in his hand. But they can't hide for long. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow. Late at night. A figure appeared under the eaves of a house, looking around nervously. Sister Hong. In the next moment, 8 other people appeared in front of her. They quickly walked up to her. You're here. Yu Hong looked at the crowd and counted the number of people. Is everyone here? Were we discovered? Sister Yu Hong, don't worry. One of them replied in a low voice. We checked both the front and back. No one followed us. Apart from those 3 people, there really is no one else in this invincible sect. That's good. Yu Hong heaved a sigh of relief. She still looked at the few of them nervously. But we can't relax too early. Don't forget that this is the demon realm. You saw those high-level demons earlier. They're not something we can handle. Everyone's expressions darkened. Sister Yu Hong, can we really escape to the lower realms safely? Yes, it's for sure. Yu Hong clenched her fists. She did not know whether to encourage herself or the others. We can even escape from Sky's Severance Cliff. What's there to be afraid of? We'll be free once we reach the lower realm. With that person's protection, we can start a new life. No one will dare to look down on us again. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. It was as if hope had been reignited. That's right. I heard that she used to be like us, a woman. She will definitely help us. But there were still some people who were worried. They asked hesitantly, Sister Yu Hong, are we really leaving? I don't think those two supremacies are bad people. What's more, we're in the demon realm. Zhen Xiang, that old thief will not find his way here. What's more, those two supremacies are soul formation cultivators. They're sword cultivators. Chapter 63. That's right, sword cultivators have always been hardworking people. If we stay here, maybe we won't. The other woman was also a little shaken. I also heard that two sword cultivators broke into the Xian Yuan family and even the Xian Yuan family head could not do anything to them. They're also two people. Do you think they're? See you. Yu Hong's expression darkened and she interrupted her. So what if they are the sword cultivators who defeated the Xian Yuan family? After so many years, haven't you seen it clearly? Not a single man can be trusted. We can't take this risk. You saw that woman called Shining too. Why is it that the other two are soul formation cultivators but she has no cultivation at all? Don't you think it's strange? Yu Hong's expression changed. She's the sect master, but I think she's just a joke. Maybe those two are hiding something and don't want to teach her. Or maybe there's something else going on. Are you sure that people like that will protect people like us who betrayed the sect? Everyone fell silent. What's more, they're already suspicious of us, Yu Hong said in a low voice. That's why we have to leave quickly. I think the people chasing us in Upper Azure City have already left. Let's take this chance to find the contact person and send us to the Middle Azure world. Everyone nodded. Everyone, hide your aura well. This is the demon realm. Remember not to alert any demons. Yu Hong checked the array formation on each of them and said in a low voice, once we find the contact person, we'll be safe once we reach Mingyi Mountain. So, you're going to find roasted chicken gal. A familiar female voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Who? Yu Hong jumped in fright and drew her sword. Only then did she see the person in front of her. Sect Master. You. How did you? Everyone's expression changed and they looked at each other. Where did she come from? None of them had noticed her. When did you come? Yu Hong's heart sank. Since. Shining thought for a moment before answering, when you scolded men. You heard everything. Yeah. Shining sighed and pointed to the room beside her. She said seriously, I say, little Hong. I don't object to the two of you whispering to each other in the middle of the night, but you're squatting outside my window and talking to my bedside. Isn't that a little too much? She was about to sleep. Who is Little Red? No, the important thing is this is your room. How could this be? Yes, I've been staying here for a few days. Shining nodded. You. Don't you live in the rear hall? Oh, that's just the kitchen. Kitchen. What F asterisk king kitchen? Which sect would use the entire back palace as a kitchen? What kind of sect was this? Sister Yu Hong, what should we do? Siyu tugged at Yu Hong's sleeve anxiously. They had wanted to sneak out, but now that they had been discovered, they would not be able to leave if they attracted the attention of the two soul formation sword cultivators. Yu Hong also thought of this. She glanced at Shining, gritted her teeth, conjured a body-fixing seal, and hit Shen Ying's chest. Miss, I'm sorry. With that said, she gestured for everyone to mount their swords and flew out of Invincible Sect with Shining. Shining, was she being assaulted on the chest? Yu Hong grabbed Shining and led everyone out of the demon realm. Originally, she was a little worried that they would encounter a high-level demon. She did not know if they were lucky, but they did not encounter a single demon along the way. Even if they occasionally saw one or two figures, they would turn around and walk in another direction, unexpectedly avoiding them smoothly. Just like that, they returned to Upper Azure Town unimpeded. Yu Hong found a secluded place and took out a jade token. She conjured a seal and the jade token emitted a beam of white light and flew into the sky. Within seconds, it disappeared without a trace. Everyone waited where they were for a while. Soon, they heard a male voice. Are you the people who want to go to the lower realm? A man walked out from the corner of the street. He looked young and was at the Golden Core realm. He was dressed in a black robe, and his small eye kept looking at the people in front of him. That's right. Yu Hong stepped forward and said, according to our previous arrangement, we have brought enough spirit stones. We want to go to the lower realm tonight. I've only seen fiendish cultivators go to the lower realm. This is the first time a cultivator wants to go to the lower realm. The man smiled and turned to count the number of people. He frowned and asked, didn't you say 9? Why is there one more person? Yu Hong paused and looked at Shining. She's a friend of mine. She's just sending us off. She won't follow us to the Middle Azure world. You've leaked the news to others. The man was furious. He immediately summoned his weapon and was about to silence her. We can't let others know about this. Wait. Yu Hong immediately stood in front of Shining. Gritting her teeth, she said, she doesn't know anything. I promise she won't tell anyone. We can add more spirit stones. With that said, she took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it over. The man stopped and opened the bag. He took out a piece and looked at it carefully. Only then did his expression soften. He snorted coldly, "Humph. On account of this bag of superior-grade spirit stones, I won't do it again." He gave Shining a warning look and said, "You also know that we can't let the aristocratic families and immortal sects know about this. Otherwise, we won't be able to get away with it." "We know." Yu Hong nodded. Then, "Fellow Daoist, can you send us to the lower realm now?" "Now?" He laughed coldly. "Only soul formation supremacies can cut through the void. How can I have that ability? The array that connects the two realms is not here. Follow me." With that said, he turned and walked to the right. Yu Hong hesitated. She looked back at the crowd and followed him. "Thank you, fellow Daoist." Indeed, only soul formation cultivators could cut through the void and open the passage between the two realms. Other than that, the only way to enter the lower realm was through the Yin family's transportation array or through the demon realm, which was connected to the 3 Azure realms. But to them, traveling in the demon realm was too dangerous. The Yin family's array had always been used to attract soul formation cultivators from the lower realm. Moreover, the Yin family and the Yu family were close. The Yin family would never let them pass. It was not easy for her to find out that there were cultivators in Upper Azure City doing business between the two realms. That was why she came here. She had suffered so much along the way. Now, she finally saw hope. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Shining apologetically. Lowering her voice, she said, "Don't worry. We don't want to harm you. When we reach the array, I will remove the restriction on you and let you go." "Huh? What restriction?" Chapter 64. Yu-hong took a deep breath and carefully followed behind the man with her sisters who looked equally happy. They passed through several streets, but for some reason, the more they walked, the livelier the surroundings became. The man did not bring them to a secluded place, but to an even more bustling area in the city. Finally, they stopped in front of a magnificent mansion. Her heart sank, and she instantly recovered from the joy of success. She immediately summoned her spirit sword and attacked the man in front of her. "You lied to us." The man was shocked and quickly retreated more than 100 feet to the right, narrowly dodging her sword move. "Go!" Yu-hong could not care less about chasing him. She turned around and shouted for everyone to leave, but it was too late. That mansion suddenly opened, and a figure flew out from inside. With a clang, a spirit sword stabbed into the ground behind everyone, blocking their path of retreat. Hong-er is indeed my favorite disciple. You saw the problem so quickly. A person slowly descended from the sky. He was dressed in blue and had a long beard on his face. He looked like a modest gentleman, and his whole body emitted the suppressive force of a nascent soul cultivator. Yu-hong felt cold all over, as if there was a chill seeping out from her bones. Even the other girls at the scene took a few steps back, trembling uncontrollably. "Zhen Xiang, you old thief." Yu-hong gritted her teeth and glared at the person in front of her. She thought that after avoiding his pursuit during the day, he would definitely send people to look for them elsewhere. She did not expect that he had already predicted that they would come back and even colluded with the contact to trick them here. "Perfected one, I've brought the people. I can go now." The man who led the way bowed to Zhen Xiang. "Thank you, fellow Daoist, for helping me catch these traitors." Zhen Xiang smiled amiably. "You're welcome, perfected one." The man smiled and looked at everyone. If he had known that they were from the Yu family, he would not have accepted this business. Fortunately, he did not really send them to the lower realm. He immediately rode his sword and left the scene. He did not want to get involved with the matters of the aristocratic families. "Hong-er, why did you do this?" Seeing that they were far away, perfected one Zhen Xiang smiled even more amiably. "Originally, you helped me sneak into Sky Severance Cliff as human cauldrons and severely injured old monster Yu Mang. That was a great merit and would definitely be rewarded by the main family. Why did he destroy his own future and go to the lower realm? If you don't return to the Yu family after hurting that demon, he won't let you off." "Humph, you make it sound nice. Old thief. If we hadn't escaped, would you have let us return to the Yu family alive?" Yu-hong snorted coldly, her hatred exploding. "You are a perfected one from the Yu family side branch, yet you have dealings with a fiendish cultivator from Sky Severance Cliff. If the main family knew about this, they might not let you off." "Shallow woman." Zhen Xiang glared at her and said, "I'm doing all this to slay demons and protect the Tao, to numb those fiendish cultivators." T. Yu-hong became even more furious. "What do you mean by slaying demons and defending the Tao? When have you ever done anything righteous?" But he had killed a fiendish cultivator. "You just casually threw us, the useless cauldrons, to the sky-severing cliff to die." She looked straight at him, her eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. "What's funny is that the useless cauldrons, not only did we not die, we even did what you could not do, we seriously injured that demon. Didn't you chase after us to make people think that you were the one who did it and not us, the cauldrons, so that you would be valued by the main family? Shut up. Jin Xiang's expression contorted for a moment. You're full of nonsense. It's clear that you betrayed the sect, and you even planned to go to the lower realm and join forces with the fiendish cultivators. Today, I'm only stopping you from committing a grave mistake. Who exactly is allied with the fiendish cultivators? Yu Hong directly tore her own sleeve. Her right hand was covered with scars of all sizes. They looked like old wounds, but the flesh on her hand was exposed and it was very frightening. We are your disciples in name, but in reality, we are not even comparable to cauldrons. The injuries on our bodies, our destroyed meridians, our broken spirit bones, which one of them was not caused by you? The moment she finished speaking, everyone took off their long gray robes. Without the cover of their Dharma robes, the 8 people present revealed their original appearances. All kinds of horrifying scars crawled all over their bodies. Some were on their hands, some were on their feet, and some were even on their faces. There were already so many visible on their skin and muscles. It was obvious that there were more under their clothes. You adopted us since we were young, but you did not teach us orthodox sorcery. You only taught us the sorcery that only cauldrons would learn. You treated us like objects and forced us to help you test your skills to pay for your poison. After we died, you would refine us into elixirs. The more Yu Hong spoke, the more hatred she felt. Her eyes grew redder. You threw us to sky-severing cliff only because our foundations were damaged by your cultivation technique. We could no longer be used by you to refine elixirs. She took a step forward. Do you really think that we don't know that you killed us just to hide the fact that you are cultivating a fiendish technique? Jin Xiang's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. He no longer looked like a gentleman. His gaze towards Yu Hong was filled with murderous intent. His voice was also several times colder. He raised his hand and summoned his weapon. Since you all know so clearly, all the more I cannot let you leave today. With that said, he turned his hand and the Dharma artifact in his hand flew towards Yu Hong with a murderous aura. Yu Hong only felt a huge pressure coming towards her. She gritted her teeth and activated the golden core in her body. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she had to buy time for the people behind her to escape. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. The spirit chi that she activated dispersed. Someone beside her took a step forward. Wait a minute. Shining suddenly reached out and grabbed. In the next moment, that menacing Dharma artifact was caught in her hand. It was actually a copper bell. Jin Xiang was stunned. It was as if he had just realized that there was someone else in the crowd. His Dharma artifact was actually so easily controlled by the other party. Yu Hong was even more shocked. Wasn't she under a restriction? Why could she still move? Shining looked directly at Jin Xiang and said, well, what's your relationship with that? Gone An. Ding, those 2 scumbags. Gone. He was stunned. His eyes widened. You mean Gone Zirwei and Yu Ding? I know them. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. That's right. Her figure flashed and in the next moment, she was already standing in front of the other party. Sorry, I hate scumbags. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his collar tighten. A huge force pulled him directly to the ground. In the next moment, a fist came crashing down. With a loud bang, Jin Xiang's entire body was punched into the ground. It was the kind that could not be dug out. Following that, the ground rumbled and the mountains shook. It was as if an earth dragon had passed through. From the place where Jin Xiang was buried, the entire ground began to crack. The streets were overturned, the buildings were tilted and dust flew everywhere. In an instant, the entire Upper Azure City was torn into pieces by the huge cracks. Everyone, the entire place was silent. The 9 girls' eyes widened. They did not regain their senses for a long time. This was Sect Master. I'm not dreaming, right? Didn't they say that she had no cultivation? Destroying the entire city with one punch. Her cultivation must be heaven-defying. A while later, let's go. Shining patted her sleeves and turned around calmly. Before everyone could react, she said mechanically, Go. Go where? What exactly happened just now? Who were they? Where were they? Go to that, what cliff? Sky. Severing cliff. Yes, don't we still have to deal with that old man? Anyway, we can buy one get one free. Old man. Could it be the fiendish cultivator Yumeng? Let's go, let's go. As she spoke, she jumped over from the other side of the crack. Let's hurry, we can still make it back in time for breakfast. Everyone, that's a demonic den. Don't make it sound like you're buying cabbage from the streets. Oh__oh. Chapter 65. Something big had happened in the Upper Azure world recently. Rumor had it that the Soul Formation fiendish cultivator Yumeng had been killed. Even the group of fiendish cultivators under him who had a blood debt were wiped out. In just one night, the Sky Severance Cliff, the Devil's Den that had plagued the Upper Azure world for so long and which even the 4 aristocratic families could not do anything about, was completely wiped out. The terrain of the Sky Severing Cliff was dangerous. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was also located at the edge of the Mirage Sea, where Enchi lingered all year round. Outside the Devil's Den, there was a gathering array that was specially set up to deal with immortal cultivators. The 4 aristocratic families and the various immortal cultivation sects had repeatedly tried to deal with this nest of devils, but they were obstructed by the Enchi and the surroundings. They couldn't attack the Sky Severing Cliff at all and had to retreat. Over time, that place became a shelter for many demonic cultivators. It was truly a devil's den. Who would have thought that it would be solved so quietly this time? Even the gathering array around the Sky Severing Cliff was completely destroyed. No one could say for sure who had conquered this devil's den, but the word invincible was left on the stone wall of the Sky Severing Cliff. For a time, there were many different opinions. Some people said that the 4 aristocratic families finally could not stand the provocation of Sky and Cliff, so they joined forces with many traveling immortals to attack the Devil's Denver. Some said that the devil had offended the great demons of the demon realm. Demons were not afraid of Enchi, so they could deal with them. Some even speculated that it might have been done by some reclusive master. As for the word invincible, it was just to warn the demonic cultivators not to be too arrogant. However, all of these were just guesses. Be it the various immortal sects or the 4 great families, no one came out to answer this question. Lone Moon and I Ching heard the news while they were on their way to look for Yu Hong. They sensed it the moment Yu Hong and her group left the sect. Although he had guessed that there was something wrong with these people, he didn't expect them to leave in such a hurry. Lone Moon didn't want to care at first. If they left, so be it. They could recruit more people. But I Ching found that Shining was gone too. Without Radish to lead the way, they had no choice but to go out and look for him when they thought of that person's poor sense of direction. In the end, it was really strange. He had clearly followed the aura of that group of people all the way here, but he just couldn't find them. It wasn't until they noticed the strange phenomenon in Upper Azure Town that they knew where he was. In the end, after searching the city for an entire night, he heard the news the next day. When the 2 of them hurried back to the sept, they found a certain someone sitting calmly in front of a stone table at the back of the hall. A group of girls dressed in various colors surrounded him, asking about his well-being. Sect leader, what do you think of the dumplings? Does it suit your taste? Sect leader, try this lotus seed soup. I used spirit fire to boil it, it's really fragrant. Sect leader, my soup dumplings are cooked. Do you want to try them? Sect leader, how about drinking my freshly made soybean milk? Sect leader, Lone Moon, for all, and Gungo what the hell? Were they filming a culinary show? Why was it that every time she came back, she could turn everyone around her into chefs? This is outrageous. I Ching quickly walked over and blocked the crowd. The dumpling skin is too thick, the lotus seed soup is too thick, and the soup dumplings are all leaking out. I don't know if this soybean milk is drinkable. You actually have the face to bring it to master, this is simply tarnishing my sect. Do you want to join in too, you brainless fan? For all, Nguo, Shening. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He directly pulled a certain someone out of the crowd. Speak, what the hell is going on? I'm hungry. Shening put on an innocent expression. Master, I'm going to cook now. I Ching waved his hand and instantly swept away all the food on the table. He rushed into the kitchen. Lone Moon's expression darkened even more. There was really no saving a brainless fan. What did you do last night? I went to fight. So she was really the one who did that fiend's den thing. What's up with these people? He pointed at the group of girls around her who had left but returned. Who did you beat up this time? Before Shening could answer, Yu Hong took a step forward and explained, Supremacy, Sect Master saved our lives and even helped us take revenge for a blood feud. So, we wanted to do something to repay her. The girls nodded one after another. The way they looked at Shening was no longer as guarded as yesterday. Instead, their eyes were frighteningly bright, just like those crazy fans who would lick their screens. Everyone began to recount last night's events one after another. Oh yes, Shening suddenly added. That scumbag knows the two people who bullied Roasted Chicken Gal. You mean? Lone Moon paused, then understood what she meant. So the person behind the jade tripod was a perfected one from the Yu family. No wonder Gon Zirwei could hide in sword comprehension peak back then. He suddenly understood what these people had been through. Lone Moon turned to look at the crowd. After a while, he said in a low voice, forget it. On account of the fact that you are all victims, I cannot be calculative about you sneaking into my invincible sect. Now that the matter has been resolved, you can go wherever you want to go. Supremacy, we had originally planned to go to Ming-Yin Mountain in the Middle Azure world. Yu Hong explained, Ming-Yin Mountain Fiend Venerable is different from other fiendish cultivators. Although she cultivates fiendish cultivation, she has never done evil. The same goes for the people in her sect. I heard that she once had the same experience as us. She took in many girls like us. But our identities are special. I don't know if she will. I see. Shening suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Father Nyo, do you have a pen and paper with you? Why? Lone Moon frowned, but he still waved his hand to summon a pen and paper from the stone table. Shening sat down again and scribbled a few words. Then, she folded the paper in her hand and handed it to Yu Hong. This is for you. Roasted Chicken Gal is quite familiar with us. Give this to her. She should take you in. She was stunned for a moment, and her face was blank. Roasted Chicken Gal is Ming-Yin Mountain Fiend Venerable Chi Ching Yu. Aren't you going to the Middle Azure world to look for her? Lone Moon had to explain again. He turned to glare at a certain someone. Can't you have a freaking name that you can remember? A look of surprise flashed across Yu Hong's face. She looked at them with a faint sense of disappointment. She turned back and exchanged a look with the girls behind her. Gritting her teeth, she seemed to have made a decision. The 9 of them took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down in front of them. "Sect Master, please take us in." "Sect Master." Without waiting for them to speak, Yu Hong raised her head and said, "After what happened yesterday, we understand that no matter how strong the protection is, it is only temporary. Only by becoming stronger ourselves can we change our fate. Mingyin Mountain may be good, but we are still immortal cultivators. Unless we disperse our cultivation and start from scratch, we will forever be stuck here. Instead of living in fear and trepidation for the rest of our lives, why don't we work hard to cultivate and fight for a way out? We've never done anything evil, so why can't we live in this world with dignity? We also want to be like Sect Master, so strong that no one dares to bully us. We have nothing to be humiliated about and nothing to be afraid of. Sect Master's cultivation is profound. Even if we can learn a 10,000th of your skills, it will be of great benefit to us. Previously, we had eyes but failed to see and offended the Sect Master. No matter what punishment we receive, we are willing to accept it. Please allow us to officially enter the sect. From now on, we will work hard to cultivate and bring glory to Invincible Sect. Sect Master, please accept us as disciples." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone spoke in unison. "Sect Master, please accept us as disciples." 8 clang. Before Shining could answer, the sound of something shattering came from behind. A figure flew out from the kitchen. Sword chi surged all over his body, causing the houses in the back hall to collapse. No! Chapter 66. It was night time. Shining could not resist the invitation of Zhou Gong. Her eyelids closed inch by inch. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly opened them. She looked at the bright moonlight outside the window and sighed. She had no choice but to get up. She opened the window on the right and said to the figure outside, "Chef, how long do you intend to stand there?" I Ching was stunned. He immediately stood up straight and said seriously, "Master, don't worry. I will guard this place well. I will not let anyone come near and disturb Master." He did not believe that anyone would dare to snatch her from under his nose. Sigh, Little Red and the others have already officially entered the sect. They will not come here in the middle of the night. Master, people are sinister. We have to be prepared. He said seriously, "It was my mistake that caused Master to be kidnapped the second time. I will not allow myself to make a third mistake. But you can't stand outside my window every day. You have to wake up early to make breakfast tomorrow. Master, don't worry. I'm not tired. I'm tired." Shining sighed deeply again. This was the first time she realized that her chef was so stubborn. She climbed out of the window and pulled him to sit beside her. "Chef, it's so late. If you don't sleep and stand here, I won't be able to rest. Why don't I promise you that if someone really comes, I will shout for you? But, once Master falls asleep, you won't wake up even if lightning strikes." Nonsense. What if some blind person kidnaps Master again? It's safer for me to stay here. Was she a child? How could she be kidnapped so easily? The more I Ching said, the more he felt the need. He became more determined. "Go rest, Master. I will not disturb your sleep. You've already disturbed me." Shining looked at this stubborn person in front of her. She had a headache. After thinking for a while, she sighed and said helplessly, "I won't accept Little Red and the others as disciples." "All right." He turned back. "I won't accept them in the future either," she added. Sure enough, his eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. "Really?" "Yes." She nodded. Their cooking is not as good as yours. Can we go back to sleep now? Yes, master, no problem, master. I Ching stood up abruptly and turned around to leave the courtyard happily. He looked as if he had hit the jackpot and disappeared at the door in a flash. Shining, having a chef with such a strong ego was also a problem. It seemed like he couldn't change his taste so easily in the future. Recently, the entire demon realm had been very busy. All the demons were busy helping the great immortal rebuild the rear hall that had mysteriously collapsed. Shining was busy eating, while Lone Moon was busy teaching the new disciples. Originally, I Ching was also involved in teaching sorcery. However, he did not know what had happened to him recently. From the second day after these disciples entered the sect, he built a temporary kitchen next to Shen Ying's house and immersed himself in researching new dishes. No one could pull it out. Lone Moon had completely lost all hope in this sword immortal who was about to become a chef immortal. Yet, he could not let Shining help him. Otherwise, this foodie would definitely bring out a new Oriental chef class. He could only grit his teeth and accept these people. On the first day of class, he carefully checked everyone's cultivation and sorcery. After checking, he was shocked. None of these 9 people's spirit roots were complete. Although it could be seen that they did have good qualities in the past, because of the multiple forceful bursts of spirit chi to nourish them, most of their foundations were destroyed. Moreover, the meridians in their bodies were messed up. Some were even poisoned. Not to mention cultivation, it was already a miracle that they could live until now. Fortunately, Invincible Sect did not have anything else. There were spirit herbs and spirit plants all over the mountains. It was only a matter of time to heal their injuries. However, he and I Ching were not good at concocting medicine. Their damaged foundations could not be repaired. In the future, it would be especially difficult for them to cultivate sorcery. They might not even be able to advance an inch. It was just right for them to become sword cultivators. Originally, these people were raised as human cauldrons from a young age. All they learned were yin and soft sorcery. He also did not know much about other types of cultivators. If their foundations were still intact, he might not be able to teach them too much. They might as well take this opportunity to become sword cultivators. Sword cultivators were different from sorcery. They relied on techniques and understanding of sword intent. Therefore, even if their foundations were damaged, they might be able to go further on the path of sword cultivators. But compared to ordinary cultivators, or even sword cultivators, their lives were 100 times more difficult. Lone Moon looked at the group of delicate girls in front of him and hesitated. Supremacy, don't worry. We are not afraid of hardship. Knowing what he was worried about, Yu Hong took a step forward and said with a determined expression, "We have already experienced the toughest things in the world. What is there to be afraid of?" Lone Moon's brows relaxed. He glanced at the crowd again. He had underestimated these girls. To be able to climb out of such a hellish situation without giving up, and to stay true to their hearts, why would they be afraid of a little hardship? Good. From today onwards, you are sword cultivators of my invincible sect. Lone Moon waved his hand and immediately summoned several spirit swords. He placed them in front of everyone. You have to start from the simplest sword moves. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. From then on, Supremacy Lone Moon, who was once the #1 sword cultivator in the Middle Azure world, began his life of treating people and teaching them swordsmanship at the same time. In an instant, the originally quiet Invincible sect became lively. From time to time, people could be seen waving their swords. At first, Lone Moon did not have much hope for these disciples. After all, the reason why there were so few sword cultivators was because of the high requirements for the cultivators. Especially the understanding of the sword Tao that surpassed ordinary people. Apart from Yi Qing, who was born with the sword embodiment, he was the only soul formation sword cultivator in the entire Middle Azure world. Even in the Upper Azure world, which was full of talents, the number of sword cultivators who could reach the nascent soul realm could be counted on one hand. This showed how difficult it was to cultivate as a sword cultivator. In the beginning, he asked everyone to become sword cultivators not only to give them hope, but also to give them a way to deal with enemies in the future. What surprised him was the perseverance of these people. Because they knew their own situation, they worked even harder and cultivated day and night. In just a few short months, their cultivation, which had been stagnant, actually showed signs of loosening. This was an unexpected surprise. Lone Moon felt an inexplicable sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. They were indeed the people he had taught. The only thing that made him unhappy was that this group of people was clearly taught by him. Every time they looked at Shining, their eyes were more respectful than anyone else's. Even when she coincidentally came out to walk the carrots, the eyes of the group of girls seemed to move uncontrollably. If he was not standing in front of them, they would have rushed over to ask for autographs and photos with her. They were becoming more and more brain-dead fans in a second. To this, he only wanted to say, "Damn this cheater." Chapter 67. Sect Master. Taking advantage of the break time, the softest sister Siyu could not help but step forward to stop the cheat. "Hey, little green sister." Lone Moon glanced over, wondering who little green sister was. He turned to see the disciple called Siyu, dressed in a green dress. Indeed, she still could not remember her name. "Do you want to eat?" Shining asked as she nibbled on a fruit. "No, no need." Siyu pushed the fruit back shyly. "I just have a question. I want to ask Sect Master." "Go ahead." Shining nodded in a friendly manner. What do you think of our sword technique just now? Are there any shortcomings?" "Shay." Lone Moon rolled his eyes. It would be a wonder if she knew. "This is pretty good." Indeed, Shining stiffened. She looked around and said after a while, "If it's not enough, maybe it's strength." Sister Siyu looked confused. "Isn't there a saying, 1 strong man can defeat 10 skilled men?" "Lone Moon, you plagiarist dog." Siyu was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. Even the other girls looked enlightened. "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master." Hey, you really believed it." Oh, wait a minute. Why did this sound so familiar? The face of Yi Qing's diehard fan surfaced in his mind. Could they also be? He immediately scanned all the girls present. Fortunately, no one had an epiphany. Even Siyu only bowed deeply and ran back to continue her cultivation. She was just working harder than before. Even when the others swung their swords, they were using more force than before. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. In order not to let Shining command them blindly and disrupt his teaching plan, the next day, he specially set up a transportation array between the newly built kitchen and the vegetable field where Radish lived. This completely eliminated the possibility that she would have to pass by the martial arts arena when she helped a certain chef get the side dishes. The strange thing was, the girls' passion for learning did not diminish because they could not see their idol. Instead, they worked even harder. Their sword techniques became more and more ferocious. Even their resting time was automatically reduced. Sometimes, when he unconsciously released his divine perception at night, he could see them secretly cultivating against the stone walls with their bare hands. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Where is it? He thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. He could only remind them to strike a balance between work and rest every day in class. However, they did not seem to have given up on the momentum of cultivating desperately. His moves were getting more and more practiced, his body was getting stronger and stronger, and his appearance was becoming less and less like a sword cultivator. A few months later, during an internal competition that he organized, Siyu, who was originally the smallest, suddenly threw away the sword in her hand. She clenched her fist and with a loud bang, smashed the stone wall in front of her. Lone Moon, looking at the girl's bulging biceps, his heart skipped a beat. He finally understood what was wrong. This strength, this fighting style, this fist wind filled with killing intent, how was this a sword cultivator? This was a body cultivator. For all, Ngungu, damn it, he told them to practice their swordsmanship, not to train their physique. What the hell were these girls who were getting more and more ferocious and didn't like to use their swords and only liked to settle things with their fists? What about the sword techniques he taught? Were they eaten? Why do I feel like the spirit chi is getting stronger and stronger today? Siyu, who had won the competition, suddenly frowned. Oh no! Junior sister, you're about to form your core. Yu Hong was shocked and shouted, quick, sit down. Concentrate on forming your core. In an instant, the surrounding spirit chi surged and surged towards Siyu. She leveled up. The worst thing to do when forming a core is to be interrupted. Everyone, step back. Lone Moon took a step forward and set up a few arrays to gather spirit chi around her. Then, he led the rest of them to retreat tens of meters away. The sky immediately darkened. Thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky. The spirit chi in the middle of the martial arts arena rose steadily. Faintly, the power of heaven and earth could be felt. This was nothing to Lone Moon, who was at the soul formation stage, but to the disciples below the golden core stage, it was a great power. Just as he was about to set up an isolation array, he turned around and saw that 4 or 5 people seemed to feel something from the power of heaven and earth. They immediately sat down and meditated on the spot. Their cultivation levels also advanced by 1 level. Damn, this is possible. It's over, 1 core formation and 4 or 5 of them advanced by a small level. They already had the foundation of body cultivation and could no longer turn back. Damn it, did they have to be so tragic? He was clearly teaching sword cultivators, so why did all of them become body cultivators one by one? Sigma QP. What was body cultivation? Body cultivators were a bunch of people who used their fists to do the talking. There was no technique to speak of. They were boorish men who specialized in body cultivation. Weren't you all a bunch of girls? Why did you have to be like those demons and beasts and walk such a cruel path? What was so good about body cultivators with rough skin and thick flesh? In the entire 3 Azure realms, there were not even many male body cultivators, not to mention female body cultivators. What exactly was it that made you all so depressed? What was it that made you so depressed? He had a vague feeling that in the future, the entire sect would be filled with diamond Barbies. Damn it, I'm so tired. I want to resign. This time, Siyu's lightning tribulation lasted for 4 whole hours. Each bolt was heavier than the one before. It was not much weaker than the lightning tribulation of the nascent soul realm. Body cultivators walked the path of tempering their bodies. Each bolt of lightning would forcefully crush the victim's meridians and then reconstruct them with spirit chi. Thus, compared to other cultivators, the lightning tribulation of body cultivators was especially cruel and frightening. There were 81 bolts of lightning tribulation, and each bolt was a rebirth. There were almost no body cultivators in the entire 3 Azure realms. Even if there were, they would be struck to death by the lightning tribulation during their first core formation. The human body was not as strong as that of demons and beasts. But Sister Siyu was able to withstand it. Even after 81 bolts of lightning tribulation, she was only left with a bloody frame. But she still gritted her teeth and completed her core formation. The thunderclouds dissipated, and spirit rain fell from the sky. all of it dripped onto the victim. Sister Siyu's body then began to regrow, and she slowly regained her human appearance. But she still did not have the strength to get up. After half a month, she finally recovered and stabilized her cultivation level. Even the others' cultivation levels increased. Although they did not form their core formation like Siyu, they at least advanced a small level. Body cultivators had become an unchangeable fact. After realizing this, Lone Moon wanted to tear Shining apart with his own hands. Look at what this cheat has done. This was all because of what she said back then, 1 man can defeat 10 men. That was why everyone went down the wrong path. Compensate my students. But the strange thing was that no one was against becoming body cultivators. Instead, they were surprised. In fact, from the second day onwards, they happily threw away their swords and began to simply practice their fists and bodies. It was as if they had finally broken through some kind of window paper. Lone Moon, who had always thought that he was leading sword cultivators, ****. Was he the only one who thought that they wanted to become sword cultivators? Brainless fans. If they had such ideas, why didn't they just go to heaven? They were getting old, and they didn't care anymore. Lone Moon was about to throw away his responsibilities and quit, but he unexpectedly received a message that immediately suppressed his thoughts of resigning. Chapter 68. Sect Competition. Shen Ying's hand that was holding the pastry paused. What's that? It's equivalent to a competition of skills between sects, Lone Moon explained. All sects and aristocratic families in the Upper Azure world can participate. There are 3 groups based on cultivation level: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. The top 3 will be chosen. The organizers will sponsor the prizes. Upper Azure World Olympics. You could say that. He nodded. It's just that the sect competition is only held once every 10 years. This time, it's in 3 days. Oh. Shining looked disinterested. Can we not go? No. Lone Moon glared at her. I went to Upper Azure City yesterday to register for the competition under the name of Invincible Sect. This competition is organized by the Yin family, one of the 4 aristocratic families. The venue is Yin Tian City. We have to set off tomorrow. As she spoke, she handed over the competition token. Shining did not take it. She glanced at the token with the word competition written on it. Why must we participate? We don't have many people. Wouldn't it be better to stay at home and eat? You're asking me why? Lone Moon exploded. Don't you have any F***ing idea of the situation our sect is in? Including the 3 of us, there are only 12 people. It's been a whole year and only 12 people. You even made them freaking body cultivators. Does it look like a sect at all? 12 is not bad. Just enough to clean the house. Good my ass. Have you ever seen a sect with so few people? Whenever he thought of the 9 future Diamond Barbies, his liver would ache. Okay. If we don't do some advertising and make them popular, we'll never be able to recruit other disciples. What's more, I've tested the skills of the 9 of them. Although it's a little difficult to challenge someone of a higher level, their foundations are solid. He gritted his teeth and spat out these 2 words. Anyway, they have a lot of advantages when competing against people of the same level. I don't have high expectations for this competition. It's good enough if one of them can get into the top 10. At least let people know the strength of our invincible sect. Oh. So they're going to be advertising. That's why they're not the only ones participating. In order to prevent people from looking down on them, all of us have to go, including you. With that, he grabbed her hand and shoved the token into her hand. You'd better wake up early tomorrow, or else. His expression darkened as he said, "Cancel next month's food allowance." Shining stared blankly at him. Her lazy demeanor changed instantly, and she gripped her competition card tightly. "Father Nyo, you're absolutely right." He turned to the person beside him and said seriously, "As chef, for the future of the sect, let's work overtime tonight. Hurry up and prepare some cold dishes, pastries, fast food, and fruits for the journey. We must not let our Olympic athletes starve. Understand?" "Yes, master." "No problem, master." Lone Moon, at the end of the day, he still couldn't forget to eat. Convex utensil, Tian City was located in the east of the Upper Azure world and was considered the largest immortal city in the east. It took Shining and the rest a whole day to reach the city before the sky turned dark. The Yin family was indeed the wealthiest of the four big families. From the moment they flashed their competition tokens, someone led them to an independent courtyard specially designed for the competitors to rest in. Although the courtyard was not as spacious as Invincible Sect's, it was more than enough for more than 10 people to rest. What's more, each sect was independent. According to Lone Moon's inquiries, there were more than 1,000 sects participating in the sect competition. It was clear how rich the Yin family was. The competition will only start tomorrow. Everyone, rest well tonight. Lone Moon scanned the 9 girls in front of him. Perhaps it was their first time participating in such a formal competition, they all seemed rather nervous. He could only comfort them in a low voice. "You're not bad at all. Just relax. It'll be good if you can get into the top 10. If you can't, just admit defeat. There's no need to fight." The few of them nodded. Whether intentionally or not, they glanced at Shining at the side. Their eyes lit up. Lone Moon also subconsciously turned to look at her. Shining finished eating a fruit and looked up. Instantly, she saw a group of people staring at her. She choked. "Cough, what's the matter?" The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He glared at her. "Don't you have something to give them?" "Do I? What?" "Master, it's a defensive bell." I Ching took out a string of small bells that looked exactly the same as the one he had given her. "I refined this defensive Dharma artifact last night. It can block a full blow from a nascent soul cultivator. Although it's a righteous sect competition, we can't guarantee that there won't be any narrow-minded people who will try to kill you," Lone Moon explained. "Bring this defensive Dharma artifact with you during the competition, just in case." Only then did Shining remember that this was the sect's welfare that Father Nyo had mentioned yesterday. She hurriedly took it, opened it, and distributed it to everyone. The girl in red. "Come, little red. Do your best." "Yes, sect master." She accepted it happily. The girl in white. "Little white, do your best." "Yes, sect master." She accepted it happily. The girl in blue. "Little blue, do your best." "Yes, sect master." She accepted it happily. The second girl in white. "Little rabbit, do your best." "Yes, sect master." She accepted it happily. Lone Moon. He had already given up on a certain someone's method of recording names. Shining continued to distribute the bells. After she was done, she coughed and said in a rare serious tone, "The most important thing is to participate. As long as you work hard, the ranking is not important. After all, friendship comes first, competition comes second. I have high hopes for all of you." Everyone looked excited as they carefully kept the bells that Shining had distributed into their arms, as if they had received some rare treasure. They were so excited that they could jump up and down if they were not careful. Their eyes lit up instantly, and they bowed to her in unison. Everyone began to express their determination. Thank you, Sect Master. We will work hard. For Sect Master, for Invincible Sect. Don't worry, Sect Master. We will definitely win glory for the sect. We will bring Sect Master's blessings to participate in the competition. May Sect Master be with us. Lone Moon, Qing, he was the one who led the team, and Yi Qing was the one who refined the weapons. What did this have to do with Shining? Why do you all look so excited after receiving gifts from your idols? MDZZ. Because there were too few people, Invincible Sect only registered for the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages of the competition. Among them, Yu Hong, Siyu, and 2 other girls were in the Golden Core group. The other 5 entered the Foundation Establishment group. Loneman's goal was to enter the top 10 in the Foundation Establishment group. After all, among the 5 people in the Foundation Establishment group, there were 2 who had perfected Foundation Establishment. Among the 4 people in the Golden Core group, other than Yu Hong who was in the mid-stage Golden Core, the other 3 were in the early-stage Golden Core. Siyu had just formed her core. It was still difficult to stand out from a group of late-stage Golden Core cultivators, or even perfected Golden Core cultivators. Although they were body cultivators who were stronger than sword cultivators, they had only learned sword techniques in the past year. They had not fought with anyone before, so they lacked experience. In fact, they probably wouldn't even bother to use those feminine spells from before. Chapter 69. The group arrived at the competition venue on time. When they entered, there were already many cultivators from various sects gathered inside. It was a sea of people. At a rough glance, there were probably tens of thousands of people. They did not know if it was a coincidence or not, but the disciples of Book Luo sect arrived before them. Coincidentally, this sect was all female cultivators. There were fewer female cultivators than male cultivators participating in the competition. Including the 9 from Invincible Sect, it was especially obvious that there were many female cultivators in this area. At first, they did not care until the discussions grew louder. Along the way, more and more eyes gathered on the 9 of them, accompanied by more and more undisguised pointing. Look, their faces are so disfigured. How dare they come out? Yes, all of them are so ugly. I have never seen such ugly cultivators before. Could they be fiendish cultivators? And they are standing beside the disciples of Book Luo sect. Everyone knows that Book Luo sect specializes in producing fairy-like female cultivators. That's right. What sect are they? Why do they only accept ugly people? The discussions around them grew louder. The 9 of them subconsciously lowered their heads, embarrassed and annoyed. Intentionally or unintentionally, they covered the scars on their faces. The morale that had just entered the arena dissipated instantly. Loneman's expression darkened. Yu Hong and the others' foundations were damaged. Although Invincible Sect had many spirit herbs, these alone were not enough to heal them. Therefore, there would be some hidden injuries. Although it did not affect their cultivation much, their disfigured appearances were never repaired. He and Yi Qing were already at soul formation and did not care much about appearances. Moreover, there was a chance to reconstruct one's body during nascent soul formation. Therefore, few high-level cultivators cared about appearances. Therefore, they had never thought of solving this problem. Moreover, they were already used to their appearances and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He did not expect that they would be looked down upon by some low-level disciples because of such insignificant matters in this sect competition. He was a little angry, but he could not make everyone shut up. He could only release his soul formation suppressive force to warn the people around him. He comforted them and said, "Focus on the competition. Don't worry about anything else." Yes. Everyone nodded, but their expressions did not improve. Lone Moon sighed. Seeing that the competition was about to start, he said, "We can't stay here for long. Don't worry, we'll be watching you from outside. Good luck. With that, he gestured for Yi Qing and Shining to leave. They had just taken 2 steps when Shining, who was in front of them, paused. What are you doing? Shining did not reply. Instead, she suddenly turned and walked back to the 9 of them. Well, I said something wrong yesterday. The 9 of them were taken aback and raised their heads. Our invincible sect doesn't have many friends anyway. Don't worry about friendship first. Her eyes turned cold as she said word by word, so, you don't have to give me any face. Just kill him. You are indeed not fairies, but you can be everyone's nightmare. A while later, yes. Sect leader. 9. His fighting spirit was burning fiercely. Yi Qing. Master is right. Lone Moon. Ha, a brainless fan. Every sect competition was the liveliest event in the Upper Azure world. The competition actually only lasted for 3 days. Today was the preliminary round, mainly to select the top 50 disciples of each cultivation level. The format of the competition was simple. Each cultivation level was divided into a group of 100 people. The last one standing would advance. Because it was the first day, all the sects had come to watch the competition. A high floating platform was filled with experts from all the sections. The people on the highest level were from the 4 big families. Although most of the top 3 disciples were from the aristocratic families, this competition concerned the reputation of the aristocratic families. The patriarchs of the aristocratic families were all present, accompanied by traveling immortals. There are many more sects participating in this competition than in previous years. Yu Haiheng, the patriarch of the Yu family, frowned as he looked at the crowd below. Of course. I heard that many new sects have been established these few years. Yi Feng, the patriarch of the Yi family, touched the 10th level demon beast lying beside him and smiled. Fortunately, Yin Tian City is big enough. Even if there were twice as many people, it would not be a problem. You are indeed the wealthy Yin family. Why don't I see the patriarch of the Yin family? Yi Feng looked around and realized that the host of the Yin family was not here. Perhaps he has gone to make arrangements for the competition. With so many sects here this time, he must be very busy. The frown on Yu Haiyan's face deepened. He swept a disdainful glance at the experts from the various sects seated below him. He didn't seem to have any misgivings at all. The competition is getting worse with each passing year. All kinds of shabby sects dare to participate. Even the Yin family doesn't restrict the number of participating sections. Yi Feng laughed dryly and did not reply. He had heard that the patriarch of the Yu family was arrogant and never paid attention to the occasion when he spoke. Yu Haiheng, however, thought that Yi Feng was tacitly agreeing. His gaze became even more contemptuous. Suddenly, he noticed something and snorted coldly. Look over there. There are even mortals here. Where do they think they are? Just anyone. Clang! Before he could finish speaking, the patriarch of the Xian Yuan family, Xian Yuanyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly felt his legs go weak. He slipped off his chair and fell to the ground. Everyone jumped in fright. Brother Xian Yuan. You! How could a soul formation expert fall on the ground? Yi Feng was a little confused, but Xian Yuanyu had no intention of paying attention to him. Xian Yuanyu stood up in a flash and hurriedly ran in the direction of the mortal that Yu Haiyan had pointed out. Even the traveling immortals of the Xian Yuan family immediately followed. They looked so anxious that it was as if they were rushing to reincarnate. Great! Great immortal, why are you here? Xian Yuanyu only dared to believe his eyes when he reached Xin Ying's side. Oh my god, it wasn't an illusion. It really was this ancestor. He suddenly felt his phantom limbs hurt. Greetings, great immortal. The traveling immortal Xian Yuanyong hurriedly bowed, trembling with fear. Shining was stunned. She looked at the two people who had suddenly appeared and habitually waved her hand in greeting. Hey, good morning. You. She paused and tilted her head. Who are you? The two of them, the traveling immortal from the Xian Yuan family, Lonman's mouth twitched. He pointed at Xian Yuanyong and turned to look at the person beside him. As for this person, he should be the patriarch of the Xian Yuan family, right? Oh. Shining was stunned. The vegetable family that snatched the radish. The two of them. Vegetable family. What the hell? She might as well not explain. There were many misunderstandings the last time. Thank you, great immortal, for showing mercy. Xian Yuanyu smiled kindly. I wonder why great immortal is here this time. Competition. Competition. Her. Who the hell can beat you? We have already established a sect called Invincible Sect. This time, we are bringing our disciples to compete, Lone Moon explained. Xian Yuanyu nodded and hurriedly turned to lead the way. In that case, the competition is about to begin. Would Great Immortal like to have a seat and watch the competition together? Lone Moon and Yi Qing exchanged a look. They looked at the high platform that was full of people before replying, Thank you, Patriarch Xian Yuan. It's my duty, my duty. Great Immortal, please. Thus, the Yu and Yi clans saw the Xian Yuan clan's patriarch respectfully lead the mortal that Yu Haiyan had just looked down onto his previous seat with a natural expression. Two soul formation cultivators stood beside him. Even Xian Yuanyu and Xian Yuanyong stood straight at the side, leaving an empty seat. They had no intention of sitting down at the side at all. The patriarch of the Yu family was shocked. He looked at the two of them as if they were crazy. Was the Xian Yuan family crazy? But after all, this was another family's business. It was not appropriate for him to ask. He could only snort and turn his head. Chapter 70. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was curious about the little girl sitting lazily beside him. Who was this girl? Why was the Xian Yuan family treating her so politely? Just as he was about to ask, his hand was suddenly pricked. He looked down and saw that the 10th level demon beast that was lying quietly beside him suddenly had its hair standing on end. All four of its claws were extended and its entire body began to tremble slightly, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Shuayin. What was wrong with it? The sudden movement made even the girl beside him turn to look at the beast on the ground. A cat. This is a roaring lion beast, he explained. Oh. Shining looked at it again. She had never seen a small animal before. Could it be eaten? The roaring lion beast trembled even more violently. Stop trembling, you're going to bump into someone, she suddenly reminded it. The roaring lion beast froze instantly, as if it had been petrified. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, you're also good at taming beasts. I've never learned it before. That's strange. Shuayin has never listened to anyone before. Is it sick? It's possible. He asked casually, Miss, what illness do you think it has? Canine plague. The first day of the preliminaries was actually just a formality. It was similar to the opening ceremony. The most important thing was the finals on the third day. Therefore, the experts from the various sects only watched for 2 to 4 hours on the specially created high platform before they began to leave one after another. Even the Yu and Yi families had already left the stands. Shining and the others waited until Yu Hong and the other 8 had finished competing before preparing to leave. Fortunately, All 9 of them had advanced to the second round of competition the next day. The 2 people from the Xian Yuan family who had been following them accompanied the 3 of them to watch the entire competition. They even politely sent them back to the courtyard where they were resting. "Little Missy, you're finally back." The moment they entered the house, Radish, dressed like a piece of jade, pounced over. Shining stepped aside out of habit, only to see the piece of jade hit Lone Moon, who was behind her. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. "Why the hell did you turn into a human again? Didn't you say you would stay in the pit obediently?" "Shay!" Radish took a step back in disdain and slapped Lone Moon's hand away. "Ugly, don't touch me." The veins on Lone Moon's head were about to explode. "Damn it, if you have the guts, why don't you walk on your own in the future? Don't turn into a carrot and hug my leg. I didn't even complain that you were heavy. Pfft, do you think I'm willing? If it wasn't for little Missy not letting it hug her, it wouldn't have been willing." The more Radish thought about it, the more wronged it felt. It turned its head and wanted to ask for a hug. "Little Missy, he bullied me." Scram. Vegetable dishes had no right to speak. "Woo, woo, woo, It's 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit." Xian Yuanyu stared at Radish in shock. It had transformed so quickly. The Xian Yuan family had worked hard for tens of thousands of years, but they still couldn't make the vegetation spirit in their family take human form. They even raised it for a while before it died. The way the 2 of them looked at Radish became more and more passionate. Radish hid behind Shining and threatened them angrily. "Pooey, get lost, ugly thing. Don't even think about coveting my pure body." The 2 of them were the mouths of spirit monsters that transformed from plants, all so poisonous. Cough, great immortal. Xian Yuanyu retracted his gaze and scanned the crowd. He turned to Shining and said, "Congratulations to all the disciples of your sect for entering the second round of the competition. You are indeed the disciples of Great Immortal. All of you are outstanding." "Of course." Before Shining could reply, Radish answered proudly, "All the big sisters in our family are very powerful." In this year, Radish had become very familiar with everyone. After all, they were the ones who watered it. In its heart, it had a ranking. Shining was first, it was second, and the other little Missy were third. Its natural enemy was Yi Qing, the chef who often cut carrots. As for Lone Moon, Pooey. Of course the disciples of Great Immortal are powerful. Xian Yuanyu nodded repeatedly. He looked at the crowd again and continued, "But, when I looked at your spirit bones, it seems like your foundation is damaged. It seems to be an old problem. Forgive me for being blunt, but this kind of damage should be healed as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect your future cultivation. You have a way." Lone Moon looked at him in surprise. Xian Yuanyu nodded. "My Xian Yuan family has always been good at alchemy. I have some achievements in the field of alchemy. Their condition is actually not a big deal. They only need an 8th grade vitality pill to recover. Their damaged appearance can also be recovered. I just happened to refine a batch of vitality pills a few days ago. I can give it to your sect." Everyone looked delighted. Xian Yuanyu immediately took out a palm-sized bottle and handed it to Lone Moon. He added, "They have not formed their nascent souls. It's better to repair their foundation sooner rather than later." Lone Moon took the pill and his expression darkened. He asked, "How many spirit stones does this cost?" After all, Xian Yuanyu had caused trouble at his place. He could not take his things for free. No need, no need. Xian Yuanyu hurriedly shook his head and said sincerely, "I just want to build a good relationship with your sect. I have no other intentions. I have no request." Even if he had a request, he would not dare to accept it. Moreover, he was one of the 4 big families. He did not lack spirit stones, unless he looked at Radish uncontrollably. Lone Moon also understood. Instantly, the gazes of more than 10 people turned to a certain vegetable. Radish trembled under their gazes. It subconsciously crossed its arms and took a step back. What? I sell my skills, not my body. Everyone, Radish, bloom a few flowers, Shining said. She could not take his things for free. No. Radish shook its head forcefully and looked at Shining with an aggrieved expression. My flowers only bloom for little Missy to see. Who wants your dandelions? Seeing that Radish was determined not to submit, Shining turned to Yi Qing. Chef, let's have radish stew with pork ribs tonight. Yes, master. Radish's face paled. It was about to cry. I'll bloom, all right. Only then did it walk out pitifully. Then, it lifted the shirt on the lower half of its body. Holy shit, what are you doing? Lone Moon rushed forward and grabbed Radish's hand just as it was about to take off its pants. He waved at the shocked girls. All of you, turn around. Turn around. Yi Qing also subconsciously covered Xinying's eyes. Why are you acting like a hooligan all of a sudden? Even if you're angry, you can't do that. Who's acting like a hooligan? Don't you want flowers? How are you going to bloom if you don't take them off? Blooming and taking off pants, wait. Lone Moon paused. He suddenly remembered something. Flowers seem to be a plant's, what? So he really took off his pants to bloom? Lone Moon, Yi Qing, Shining, Xian Yuanyu. Why did he suddenly not want it? Chapter 71. Early the next morning, Xian Yuanyu came to invite Shining to watch the competition. Behind him were a few disciples of his own family. They were all very polite. Compared to the family master's politeness towards Shining, the disciples seemed to be more respectful towards Yi Qing and Lone Moon. It was probably because they were beating different people. Shining sat calmly on the highest level of the spectator stand at the same place and seat. Today was the second day of the competition. It was mainly a duel to determine the top 10 of each level. There were many disciples from the 4 big families. It was almost certain that they would make it to the top 10. That was why the family masters of the Yin and Yu families did not come. There were many empty seats on the high platform. Xian Yuanyu finally had a place to sit. Apart from the few of them, the family master of the Yi family, Yi Feng, was also present. However, he came alone, with no one beside him. Shining looked at him curiously. Yi Feng immediately understood what she meant. He smiled and said, Shuayin seems to be sick. No matter how I persuaded it, it wouldn't go out today. I left it in the yard. Oh. So it's the canine plague. Fellow Daoist, you seem to be very interested in spirit beasts. She nodded. Yes, I quite like small animals. She liked to eat. Looks like you're a kindred spirit as well. Yi Feng was delighted. The art of taming beasts required one to spend a long time with spirit beasts. Sometimes, in order to gain the beast's trust, one had to live with it. That was why few female cultivators liked the art of taming beasts, especially high-level spirit beasts like Shuayin. Now that he had finally met someone special, his interest was immediately piqued. Although most spirit beasts look scary, after spending a long time with them, you'll find that beasts are actually more affectionate than humans. My Shuayin is an example. Once it recognizes its master, it will stay by his side forever. However, people value their appearance and think that beasts are too cruel and terrifying. They're not cruel. She suddenly thought of a certain rabbit. Although it's a little timid, it's quite loyal. I like it very much. Ha 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 ha, well said, Mississippi. Compared to humans, spirit beasts are indeed more loyal and reliable. Phone had not met a female cultivator who liked taming beasts for a long time. She seemed to be a high-level cultivator who hid her strength well. He immediately wanted to make friends with her. I am Phone, the family master of the family. How should I address you, miss? Shening, she answered. Then, after some thought, she added, it's the sect master of Invincible Sect. Invincible Sect. Phone paused for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he still could not remember what sect it was, so he did not pay much attention to it. I see that fellow Daoishan spirit chi is restrained, so you must be someone with high cultivation. If you are interested in the future, we can go to the shore of Mirage Sea to look for some high-level spirit beasts. Rumor has it that there are many spirit beasts that can't even be found in the 3 Azure realms. Really? Shening was delighted. Is it delicious? Ah. Phone was stunned. What did he mean by delicious? After thinking about it carefully, he thought that she was referring to the taming techniques. The higher the rank of the spiritual beast, the harder it is to contract and tame it. I'm sure it won't be easily tamed. By the way, fellow cultivator Shin seems to be someone who has done quite a bit of research on beasts. I wonder if you have any special methods to deal with those arrogant spirit beasts, especially those above the 10th level, who are unwilling to easily form contracts with them. Yes. Shening nodded. Really? Phone was delighted. What is it? A beating will do. Ah. Ah. Phone was stunned. But she continued in a serious tone, little animals are not obedient. Most of them are spoiled. A beating will make them obedient. If that doesn't work, they can still be eaten. What the hell? Master, the competition is over, I-Ching suddenly said. Only then did Shening realize that the Golden Core and Foundation Establishment preliminary competitions had ended. Today's competition ended especially quickly. There were not many people left on the stage. The top 10 candidates had already been decided. Fortunately, Invincible Sect not only had 2 people from the Foundation Establishment group in the top 10, but they also had 2 people from the Golden Core group. One was Yu Hong, and the other was Cu. Out of the 9 of them, 4 of them had made it to the finals. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Lone Moon, who was at the side, was grinning from ear to ear. Lone Moon, who was standing at the side, was grinning so widely that his mouth was crooked. That person. Goodbye. Shening hurriedly stopped chatting and turned to walk down the stage. Take care, fellow cultivator Shin, Feng replied in a daze. The method she mentioned just now was probably a joke, right? It had to be, right? 4 people had made it to the top 10, and 2 of them were in the finals of the Golden Core stage. Lone Moon was the happiest. This year's hard work had not gone to waste. Although the direction of his cultivation was a little off, the results were still gratifying. He suddenly had confidence in the sect again. There were thousands of sects participating this time, especially people from the 4 aristocratic families. They were all the cream of the crop of the younger generation. Which one of them was not a talent carefully nurtured by the aristocratic families? Among these 10 people, apart from those from Invincible Sect, the others were almost all disciples of the aristocratic families. As a result, the 4 names of Invincible Sect were especially obvious. He could even feel that on the way back to the courtyard, the other sects were looking at them differently. Some were fearful, some were envious, and some were shocked. But they did not look down on them like before. Loneman's goal of advertising had been achieved. He could almost see the sea of people queuing in front of him the next time he went to Upper Azure Town to recruit disciples. At the thought of this, he could not contain his excitement. This time, he had to watch over the new disciples and prevent any possibility of contact with Shining. This time, he was going to nurture a group of pure sword cultivators. After returning to the courtyard, Lone Moon praised the 9 people one by one, especially the 4 who had advanced. He also comforted their nervous hearts for the upcoming finals. He had thought that they would at least be excited, but they did not respond to his praise at all. They only looked at Shining, as if they were expecting something. Even a certain someone who had a screw loose could feel his concentration. She was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she turned her head and complimented him. "Not bad, keep it up." "Yes, Sect Master." 9 only then did they respond loudly as if their acupoints had been unlocked. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Lone Moon. Son of AB*TCH. Xian Yuanyu requests to see Great Immortal Shen. I wonder if it is convenient for Great Immortal. A familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. Before Shining could respond, Radish rushed out with a long face. He glared angrily at the newcomer and said, "What are you doing here? Do you want to ravage my body again?" The corner of Xian Yuanyu's mouth twitched. He seemed to have thought of something and felt a mouthful of blood welling up. Looking at Shining, who came out behind him, he had no choice but to swallow it down. Ha ha. He felt that after what happened last night, he had doubts about his Tao of pill cultivation. He could no longer look directly at the herbs for refining pills. Chapter 72. Vegetarian Patriarch, what's the matter? Shining asked. Straight face, what the hell was Vegetarian Patriarch? It felt like the way Great Immortal addressed him was constantly changing. Shen. Great Immortal Shen. He took a step forward and calmed himself down before remembering his purpose. I heard that 4 disciples of Invincible Sect have entered the finals. I'm here to congratulate your sect. You're too kind, Patriarch. Lone Moon took a step forward and smiled. Didn't the Xian Yuan family also have 5 disciples in the finals? We'd like to congratulate you as well, Patriarch. How can my disciples compare to Great Immortal's disciples? Xian Yuanyu smiled even more politely and began to flatter each other. He then took out a bottle of elixirs and handed it over. By the way, this is a spirit condensation elixir used to nourish spirit qi. It's not a big elixir, but it will be more effective when used with the previous bottle of vitality elixir. It's suitable for your disciples. Take it as a congratulation to your sect for entering the finals. Lone Moon looked at the bottle and found that it was indeed a 5th-grade pill. He did not reject it and accepted the goodwill. Thank you, Patriarch Xian Yuan. If you need any rare herbs in the future, feel free to come to Invincible Sect. We'll do our best. With that said, he looked at the arrogant Radish. Xian Yuanyu looked over as well. Everyone else subconsciously turned to look at Radish. What? You want me to bloom? An image flashed across their minds. Everyone's mouths twitched. The situation was extremely awkward. What parent? You're looking for me for something, right? Shining spoke up, breaking the strange atmosphere. Xian Yuanyu paused. Indeed, he was silent for a while, as if he did not know what to say. After a while, he said, "It's like this. The patriarch of the Yin family is curious about Great Immortal. He heard that Great Immortal was here, so he asked me to come and see if I could meet you." The Yin family. Shining paused. The Yin family is the organizer of this competition. Thinking of this, Xian Yuanyu could not help but grit his teeth and complain about the sly old foxes of the Yin family. The Xian Yuan family was one of the 4 aristocratic families. Their every move was watched by all the sects in the Upper Azure world. It was no secret that he had been overly friendly to Shining these 2 days. Presumably, the four great families were now guessing her identity. The Yin family was no exception, but he hadn't expected that unlike the other two families, Yin Feng would directly seek him out and ask for an introduction. It was obvious that no matter who the other party was, they had to get to know him first. The Yin family was indeed the biggest profiteer in the Upper Azure world. They were faster and more decisive than others. However, because of the relationship between the two families, he had no choice but to brace himself and mention it to the great deity. Why does he want to see me? Shening was confused. Xianyuan froze for a moment before replying, maybe. I just admire the great immortal's elegance and want to get to know you. When? After the finals tomorrow. Oh, so troublesome. After the match, she just wanted to go home and sleep. If it's not convenient for Great Immortal, another day is fine. Don't worry, I didn't reveal any information about you to him. Afraid that she would be angry, Xian Yuanyu immediately added, I'll inform Patriarch Yin to cancel tomorrow's banquet. A banquet? Shening suddenly perked up. She grabbed his hand and said, in order not to make things difficult for you, I've decided to go. Tell me what time. What time? Where is the venue? Is there a dress code? How are the dishes? Xian Yuanyu, Lone Moon, Qing, the third day. The finals of the sect competition were finally here. Compared to the first day, there were more people watching the competition this time. Even the four big family clans were here, including the host, the Yin family. The finals would be a duel, and the winner would enter the next round. Then, one person would draw lots to decide who would get a bye, and the top three would be decided. Lone Moon had already told the four people who had advanced to the finals last night that they had already achieved their goal of entering the top 10. There was no need to work too hard, especially for the two golden core cultivators. The other people in the top 10 were all disciples of the perfected golden core aristocratic families. The foundation establishment cultivators fared better, but after a series of battles, only one of them entered the top 5 and was defeated. It was already a pleasant surprise to be able to get 5th place. But they did not expect the golden core group to be even more pleasantly surprised. They actually advanced to the finals of the top 3. What's more, this person was not the mid-stage golden core Yu Hong, but Sister Siyu, who had just formed her core and looked the weakest. Lone Moon was a little confused. He did not see her fight just now. How did she suddenly enter the top 3? After asking around, he found out that it was because, got a bye. I Ching was stunned. He did not expect this to be the reason. I heard that one of the 10 people got into a fight last night and was seriously injured. That's why he withdrew from the competition. She was lucky again. She got a bye twice. That was why she did not have to do anything and directly advanced to the finals of the top 3. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look. They were both speechless. Sister Siyu's luck was really unparalleled. Sister Little Green is up, Shening suddenly said as she pointed to the arena. Indeed, the arena had been cleared. 2 figures, one green and one blue, appeared. The one in green was Siyu. Her opponent was a perfected golden core cultivator. Judging from his aura, he was already half a step into the nascent soul stage. The two of them had no choice but to focus on the competition. Yu Hong was still fine. She was at the mid-stage golden core stage. But Siyu had to fight. This was going to be a tough battle. Lone Moon had already thought about how he was going to comfort the girl later so that he wouldn't hurt her confidence. Yin Yuanfei of the Yin family seeks your guidance. The figure in blue cupped his fists and bowed. Siyu gripped her sword tightly. She was clearly nervous. She looked up at the highest point of the spectator stand. Then, as if gathering her courage, she took a deep breath and shouted, "Invincible sect, see you. Please guide me, fellow Daoist." The next moment, the two figures flashed at the same time and began to fight. Yin Yuanfei had a rare thunder spirit root. Every move he made was accompanied by lightning. In addition, his cultivation level was high. In a short while, the entire arena was filled with the sound of thunder. Siyu had no place to stand. Siyu could only dodge. At first, she was a little flustered. But after a while, she calmed down. While dodging, she used her sword to split the lightning around her. In a short while, besides the lightning, there was also sword chi. Yin Yuanfei was stunned for a moment, and then there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He originally thought that this junior sister was lucky because she always drew a blank every time, so she had the chance to fight him. But he never expected that she really had some ability. Her cultivation level was so much lower than his, but she could still deal with his lightning so easily. She was indeed worthy of being in the top 10. Could it be that she was a sword cultivator? His heart sank. His expression became more serious. "Fellow Daoist, your sword technique is amazing." Chapter 73. He mobilized his spirit chi and did not hold back. He attacked with all his might. Suddenly, the ground was filled with lightning. In a short while, a long dragon formed by lightning appeared in the field. As the opponent moved, rocks flew everywhere and lightning filled the air. It charged towards Siyu with a shocking momentum. Siyu was shocked. It was too late to retreat. She could only leap into the air. She retracted her sword chi and formed hundreds of spirit swords around her, blocking the lightning that was everywhere. But her cultivation level was lower than her opponent's. She could only defend for a short while. The longer she fought, the more spirit chi she used. In less than half an hour, her spirit chi was exhausted. Occasionally, lightning would break through the sword array and hit her body. The sword array was on the verge of collapsing. It was over. Yin Yuanfei heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to give his opponent the final blow and win the match, he faintly felt a chill on his back. His rich battle experience made him subconsciously use his sword to block the attack. He felt a weight on his hand. Siyu, who had been trapped in the lightning, suddenly appeared behind him. He looked back. There was no longer anyone in the sword array. An illusion array. He retreated in shock. He did not expect her to know array formations. His palms felt numb. Were all sword cultivators this strong? He became even more cautious as he fought. The two of them fought for another 2 hours. Although they did not gain an advantage, Siyu was only at the early golden core stage. She was slowly losing ground. Even her movements to dodge the lightning were becoming slower and slower. Yin Yuanfei heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning he summoned became more and more concentrated. Siyu frowned. Although she was not satisfied, she could not win this battle. She used up the last bit of her spirit chi. The defense around Siyu instantly disappeared. The lightning that filled the sky immediately struck her body. Just as she was about to give up, a bolt of lightning struck her in the chest, and something slid out from inside. Her expression changed. She hurriedly tried to pick it up, but it was too late. A bell fell to the ground with a ding and was smashed into pieces by the lightning. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. She no longer cared about the lightning around her. Her eyes widened as she stared at the ground. My ring. Ring. Yin Yuanfei stopped his attacks right away when he saw she had completely stopped resisting, and then he cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist, thank you for letting me win." He thought she hadn't heard him clearly, so he said, "Fellow Daoist, your spiritual aura is already exhausted. There's no need to continue this fight." He kindly reminded her to admit defeat. Fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist, why are you? He took a step forward, but before he could finish speaking, the person who was in a daze suddenly turned around with bloodshot eyes, and a murderous aura rushed toward him. "I'll kill you, bastard!" Ha! Before he could react, he saw the other party's originally exhausted body suddenly bulge with strong muscles, even her sleeves were torn. Her originally petite figure suddenly grew several times taller. A pair of eyes that seemed to be burning with monstrous anger pierced her body like a sharp sword. "You! Give back my gift! Danger!" Two words immediately appeared in his mind. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He only felt his collar tighten, and he was directly thrown to the ground. In the next moment, the raindrop-like fists landed on his face, accompanied by a series of questions. "Return my gift. Return my gift. Return my gift." Each punch was heavier than the one before, and each punch was more irresistible than the one before. After a few breaths, Yin Yuanfei completely lost consciousness. Only the sound of punches could be heard in the arena. There was dead silence. What did they see? Body. Body cultivator. A woman. The kind who would pant while alive. Lone Moon, who knew the situation. What the hell was that steel Barbie? Return my soft and adorable disciple. The bloody beating on the arena lasted for a whole 10 minutes before the referee outside the arena reacted. He hurriedly shouted, "Invincible! Invincible sect, CU wins." With that said, he jumped onto the arena, wanting the people in the arena to stop. Just as he approached, CU, who had already transformed into a steel Barbie, turned around and glared at him. Her eyes were still red, and her whole body began to attack indiscriminately. She had no intention of stopping. The referee was so frightened that he stopped. Shining. Lone Moon gritted his teeth and turned to look at the person beside him. It was all her fault. Ha! Shining looked confused. What? Master. I Ching, who was the only one who was calm, reminded her. If she doesn't stop, that person is going to be beaten to death. And she was so angry that she seemed to be unable to hear what others were saying. Oh. Shining finally spoke. She shouted, "Little Green. Stop fighting." The people in the arena paused. They stopped instantly. She slowly turned her head and looked over. Her entire huge body trembled. Suddenly, she sniffled and tears began to flow out of her eyes. She pointed at the bell on the ground and began to bawl. "Sect Master, bell, bell, my bell, wah." For a moment, the entire arena was filled with CU's heartbroken cries. Everyone, what was going on? Why was the winner crying first? The one who should be crying should be the one who was beaten, right? Shining could not help but feel a little guilty. She got up and jumped onto the arena. She patted CU's shoulder and said, "Don't cry, don't cry." Sect Master. CU sniffled. For a moment, it was as if she had found someone to rely on. Her aura dissipated. In the blink of an eye, she became that delicate and adorable girl again. But my bell, it's all right. It's broken, so be it. Shining turned and took out a piece of candy from her pocket. As if coaxing a child, she said, "Do you want candy?" Sect Master, you're giving it to me. CU stopped crying. Her face was full of disbelief. Then, can you give me a new bell? Sure, I'll get Chef to make one when we get back. Thank you, Sect Master. The two of them spoke as they walked out of the arena. Everyone, what kind of freaking sect was this? Father Nyo, let's go eat at the celebration banquet. Shining waved at the despairing man in the room. Eat your sister. Lone Moon clenched the cup in his hand and crushed it into pieces. He exploded in anger. What's there to celebrate? Siyu became the champion of the Golden Core stage in this year's sect competition. The name of Invincible Sect spread throughout the entire Upper Azure world. But Lone Moon was not happy at all. He even wanted to curse at them. Because of Siyu's battle, the entire Upper Azure world knew that everyone in Invincible Sect was a body cultivator. Not many people liked to cultivate in the first place. With this wave of publicity, it was completely blocked. Others wanted to join Invincible Sect. After all, there were easier ways to cultivate. No one would want to become a body cultivator who could easily be struck to death by lightning. Originally, when he brought the 9 girls to participate in the competition, he had instructed them to only use the sword techniques they had learned in battle. First, it was because they were indeed proficient in sword techniques. Second, it was to hide their identity as body cultivators. Even if people felt that their bodies were stronger than the average person's, they would at most think that they were sword cultivators. In the end, who the hell knew that there was a second form for body cultivators? Once they fought, all their muscles would burst out and they would turn into a metal Barbie. Were they King messing with him? He felt that the heavens were starting to dislike him more and more. For all, MMP. Chapter 74. The Yin family was indeed the wealthiest family in the Upper Azure world. The banquet was arranged at the largest restaurant in Yin Tian City, Jingfeng Restaurant. Once the sky turned dark, they sent their disciples to invite the guests and cleared the place early. When Shining arrived, Xian Yuanyu and the head of the Yin family, Yin Feng, were already waiting at the door. They had met during the finals in the day, but they had not spoken to each other. Unlike the other 3 family heads, Yin Feng looked especially amiable and always had a smile on his face. Seeing them land, he quickly walked up to them. Xian Yuanyu took a few steps forward and bowed to Shining. Great Immortal. Then he turned and introduced, this is the head of the Yin family, Yin Feng. What a rare guest. Fellow Taoists, you must have had a tough journey. Yin Feng's smile deepened. Good evening. Shining glanced at the restaurant in front of her and waved in a good mood. Fellow Taoist. Yin Feng glanced at the people behind her and continued, I was busy during the day and haven't had time to congratulate your sect's disciples for winning the Golden Core first place in the competition. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great disciple. Lone Moon stiffened. He felt like he had been shot in the knee again. Has the banquet started? Shining had no interest in this kind of business flattery and went straight to the point. How would I dare to start the banquet before everyone is here? Yin Feng stepped back and said, Fellow Taoist, thank you for attending this banquet. Come, please come in. Shining was really a little hungry. Just as she was about to enter, she bumped into a familiar sign at the entrance. She froze and stopped at the door, feeling cold sweat dripping down her face. Master. Why? I Ching, who was following behind, was just about to speak when his eyes scanned the sign and he also froze. The sign was written in large gold letters, Shining and dogs are not allowed inside. Seeing that they had suddenly stopped, Yin Feng followed their line of sight and immediately explained with a smile, oh, this was put up for a few rogue cultivators. A few years ago, a restaurant under the Yin family reported that 3 cultivators not only dined and dashed, but also tried to escape. That's why they put up this sign as a warning and punishment. The person on the sign is the mastermind. The 3 who dashed and dashed. Profiteers. Xian Yuanyu looked curiously and was shocked. Why does this person's name sound like? Before he could finish speaking, he felt 3 cold gazes poking at his chest, and he froze. The great immortal's gaze suddenly became so scary. Did he say something wrong? This sign has been up for more than a year. It's just an old matter that's not worth mentioning. Everyone, please come in. Yin Feng was still smiling amiably, not noticing the abnormality of the few people. The moment he stepped into the shop, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Shining and said, "Oh yes, I only know that you are from Invincible Sect. May I know your names?" The corner of Shinying's mouth twitched. She glanced at the sign beside her and replied after a while, "My name is Qing." "Qing what?" She poked Chef beside her. A certain chef understood immediately and reminded in a low voice, "Yi Qing." "Yes, Yi Qing," she said seriously. "My name is Yi Qing." "My name is Lone Moon." Yi Qing immediately replied. "Lone Moon. Shit. MMP." Yin Feng was shocked. Yi Qing, Lone Moon. Weren't these the 2 sword cultivators who broke into the Xian Yuan family a year ago? He suddenly understood why Xian Yuanyu was so friendly towards them. So that was why. So it's Sect Master Yi and Supremacy Lone Moon. Yin Feng, who thought he knew the truth, turned to look at the other person on the right. Then I wonder who this Supremacy is? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Damn it, he had already told them all their names. What else was he supposed to say? He turned to glare at the 2 of them. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Niu Huayun." Fortunately, he still had his real name. These 2 ungrateful bastards. Supremacy Niu. Yin Feng nodded. "Everyone, please come in." Only Xian Yuanyu looked confused. What was going on? Why did they all suddenly change their names? Great Immortal even changed her own disciple's name. Could it be that she was unhappy about today's banquet and deliberately did not tell the Yin family her real name? Great Immortal's thoughts were so hard to guess. When the group entered the restaurant, they realized that it was a whole different world inside. Immortal fog lingered and spirit chi filled the air. Every step they took, a different scene appeared in front of them. It did not look like they were in a restaurant, but more like a scenic spot. Yin Feng led the group to the center of a peach forest. Only then did they see that there were many tables and chairs in front of them. The tables were already filled with all kinds of food. Shen Ying's eyes lit up. There were more than 10 servant girls standing by the table. The moment they arrived, a man dressed in blue rushed forward excitedly. The man was very tall and had the body of a model. It was just that his face was a little hard to describe. A mass of red, a mass of green, and a mass of purple. It was especially colorful. "Father." The man practically jogged over. He first bowed to Shining and the others. "Greetings, Supremacies." He immediately turned to look at the group of girls behind him. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly to the girl standing next to him, "Miss Siyu, we meet again." Siyu was stunned. She lowered her head out of habit and hid behind Yu Hong. "Fei, didn't I tell you to rest in your room? Why did you come out?" Yin Feng smiled awkwardly and explained, "This is my son, Yuan Fei." He gave the man a look. Father is entertaining guests. How could Yuan Fei not come out to greet them? "Everyone, please take a seat." Yuan Fei had no intention of going back. Instead, he smiled even more, brightly. He even led the group to their seats. But his gaze was fixed on Siyu. He was so enthusiastic that it seemed like he was glowing. There was hope. "Who is this?" Shining looked at Chef beside her. Yin Yuan Fei, second in the golden core stage, Yi Qing replied. He then added, the one who was beaten up by Siyu during the day. Oh. She suddenly thought of a certain figure who was beaten up during the day. She looked sympathetically at that person's face, which had yet to recover. Young people these days have such strong tastes. How could he like someone after being beaten up? Shining wanted to continue gossiping, but she was too hungry. The moment she sat down, she focused on eating. Yin Feng, who was sitting at the head of the table, also began to flatter Shining. When Shining ate, she did not speak much. Apart from oh, and n, she basically did not respond. Needless to say, apart from Shining, he had always been a man of few words. His replies were as simple as they could be. He only focused on silently moving the food in front of him to Xinying's table beside him. And the other 9 girls were a generation lower in status. Thus, Lone Moon was the only one left to answer the question. Yin Feng had wanted to get information out of them, find out their background, and build a good relationship. Although he was a cultivator, he was also half a businessman. He had thought that it would be easy to get information about their background. But he did not expect to meet Lone Moon. Half a current profiteer met a former profiteer from the people. One could imagine the result. In less than an hour, Yin Feng did not get any information at all. Instead, he was turned upside down by the other party. They even agreed to buy invincible sect spirit herbs at double the market price, and the Xian Yuan family would refine them into pills for free. By the time they reacted, Yin Feng was already holding the contract with their fingerprints. Brother Yin, Brother Xian Yuan, I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Lone Moon happily shook Yin Feng's hand, looking like a typical business elite. Xian Yuanyu, Yin Feng, where were they and what did they do just now? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.